Welcome in, everybody. This is my latest live build video. Today is the 10th of January 2020, and I've got a time-tested build to share with you today. What does that mean, a time-tested build? It means that these components have proven with the current state of technology that they are going to be very useful and not go obsolete for a minimum of 8 years. I can promise you that. Even 8 years from now, this is going to be a really fast machine, and I can prove it because we just had a computer come in for repair that's over 4 years old. And that computer, which is owned by Martin, in fact, he's supposed to stop by today and interrupt the stream to pick up his recently repaired computer. You can see how freaking fast his computer is. And it's over 4 years old, and it's screaming. There's no sign of it going to be too slow or not be able to keep up with the latest software. And unless some innovation takes place that requires more resources, at this point, the computers we're building today using these components that I'm showing in these videos with these configurations will have far more resources than most people will need for many years. And that way it enables you to grow into it, to have it a very long time. And I suspect even 10 years is possible where it's still going to be reasonably fast compared to a brand new machine. Now some people, they ask me, what if I only have like $200 to spend? What should I buy? What's a good budget build? Go buy an off-lease Dell computer. You can pick those up for under $200 and just make sure you put a solid state drive in it. And that would even challenge a brand new build, especially a brand new budget build. And it'll be less than half the price, and the performance difference will probably be unnoticeable if you're using it for work, email, browsing the web. And as far as gaming goes, that's going to primarily depend on the GPU. So you can easily drop, believe me, because I know, I just did, you can drop anywhere from $50 to $2,600 on one graphics card. And that's ultimately, in most cases, going to decide how good of a gaming computer you have, more so than any processor or overclocking or XMP RAM. That stuff is all secondary. Like if you want to put your money where you're going to see it for sure, put it into the GPU if it's gaming. Make sure you have at least a Core i5. And I would recommend on these off-lease Dells, make sure you've got at least a Core i5 with 8 gigs of RAM. And if it doesn't come with a solid state drive, put one in there. And that thing is rocket ship fast, and it's 3 or 4 years old. So these machines that I'm building, when I tell you they will stand the test of time, it's already been proven they will stand the test of time. So unless, as I mentioned, unless something changes between now and then, and some new app or craze takes over that is seriously resource intensive, maybe I'll be wrong, but I don't see that happening. And I have every confidence in the world that even in 8 years, in 2028, this computer will still boot to a level where you'll be like, wow, that's really impressive. Like for, compared to what you can buy in 2028, and you compare it to this machine will still be competitive in that market for boot times, load times in general. What will probably happen is a solid state storage will probably be ridiculous. We'll probably have, I don't know, 8 or 12 terabyte storage, maybe bigger than that in 8 years' time. Think about how far we've come in the last 8 years with solid state drives. The sky is the limit. It could just start to multiply, say every other year. We go from 4 to 8 to 16, 32, 64 terabytes in solid state storage, and it'll be affordable. Now, whether or not that type of storage will have a connector that the motherboard that we're using today will support, probably not, or it may be PCIe 5 or PCIe 6, and I don't know if that'll be backwards compatible. I assume it will, but I think it will. So anyway, today I anticipate there's many people who go, you're going to put a 9th generation Intel Core i7-9700k on a motherboard designed for 8th generation CPUs, and you're going to put a K overclockable CPU into an H motherboard. You must be really, really stupid. I love those people. Those people are my favorite because what they're doing is they're shouting out to everybody, I don't pay attention and I'm single-minded. So thanks for identifying yourself. When we're looking for performance for a customer's computer, customers never ever tell me the computer's too fast, I need it to go slower. Customers want the fastest thing they can get. And this concept that a KCPU's only use is overclocking is very simple-minded, and it shows the level of technical understanding a person who says that has. The KCPU is 10% faster than the non-K version of the CPU. So if you compare the stock clock speeds of a 9700 versus a 9700K, you'll see for yourself. And when these CPUs go on sale, which is quite often, they're only $5 more. Like the last batch of these I bought were $5 more than a 9700. So let me ask you this. Would you spend $5 to go 10% faster? And I mean stable fast. We're not talking about needing any special cooling, needing to experiment with the BIOS and 8 jillion different settings, and then thinking you've got it, and then one day it crashes, and you're like, oh, I guess I'm gonna have to back it off, and go through that endlessly, versus just plug it in and start using it, and it'll be reliable, it'll be fast. Also, we don't need the CPU cooler that comes with a 9700 or other non-K Intel processors. It would be too loud. I found those processors, the i7s and i9s from Intel, really need third-party cooling to bring the noise down. And if you have an i3 or an i5, you're fine. The stock fan is just fine for that. But that being said, we're going to put the Mugen 5 cooler on it anyway. And yes, this H370 HD3 motherboard was $99. In fact, I think Amazon still has them for $99. It's no frills, no RGB, but it'll take dual graphics cards, and it's got dual M.2 slots. And in fact, we're going to use both of those M.2s today with a Samsung 970 EVO Plus 1 terabyte, which runs 3,500 megabytes a second as the boot drive, and a 2 terabyte Intel 660p will go into the secondary M.2, which runs at half speed, but it's still going to be much, much faster than a mechanical drive, and it's a much cleaner install. Customer also wants a DVD reader writer. These are like 20 bucks. He wants the best Wi-Fi adapter you can put in there, so that's the, in my opinion, the Asus PCE AC88. You've seen me use this at least on 3 other videos in the past. And right here, we're going to put a graphics card in. This is a 1660 Ti. It's about $300, I want to say. It's a really good bang for the buck. It gives you the latest technology in the RTX series, but without the, what's the word? Without the, I'll find it. Ray tracing. It doesn't have the ray tracing capability. It probably does, and they've disabled it, but whatever. It's a really good price. And then we're going to power it with an EVGA Supernova. That's a 650 P2, and it's platinum rated. This customer was very specific that he wanted the best power supply he can get for this system, and he did not want to cut any corners there. He didn't want what's best bang for the buck. He didn't want what's the least I can get away with. He understands the importance of power supply plays in the role of the computer, and he didn't want to cut any corners. I want to say this has a 10-year warranty. I have to look it up. It's got a really long warranty on it. So, okay, so yes, there's no sense. Here's what bothers me. Somebody's going to piece together a system like this. So they're going to say, what do you think of Kerry's build where he puts that 9700K in the H370? Someone's going to very ignorantly say, why would you do that? That's not a match. You're going to put a $400 CPU on a $100 motherboard. Like, that's got anything to do with anything, right? Like, if I could buy a motherboard for 50 bucks and it's a Z390, what's the price got to do with anything? The idea that putting a $400 chip on a $100 board has something to consider is beyond my capability of understanding human beings. You don't need to buy more than what you need. If this customer, if I was one of those people and I said, oh, you need to have a Z390 on this, the customer would have spent at least $50 more on the motherboard when the customer has no intention of overclocking and none of the other little features that come with the Z390 or anything the customer needs or wants. So suggesting a customer should pay $50 more for a board they don't need that will result in no performance increase for them, to me, is profoundly foolish. And you can see I'm pretty passionate about it because I can't get over how simple-minded so many people are. They think they're smart. These people come in and they think because they know a K CPU is used in overclocking that it's its only purpose, and they're going to now flaunt their knowledge of how smart they are, that you can't overclock it with that motherboard. But it never occurs to them in their genius that nobody wants to overclock this. This customer doesn't want that. What they want is a good value, and they want it reliable, which they're not going to get with overclocking. They don't want to spend a lot of money on an expensive cooler because they're not doing overclocking. They don't want the needless RGB because it's annoying and it's another point of potential failure. And then somebody would go, holy smokes, Kerry, that's actually genius. That's a great idea. Shame on me for not thinking that other people have other needs besides my own. So that's my little jab at those people who try to jab me. I jab back. Just so clear. But yeah, there's so many sheep in the world. They just can't think on their own. And I'm encouraging all of you to be an individual, do your own thinking. And when something doesn't make any sense and it's coming from a reputable source, like I've been doing this for 30 years, if you look at what I'm doing and you're like, that doesn't make any sense, chances are it does make sense and you're just not getting it. So I get really frustrated because there are so many self-proclaimed know-it-alls that jump in and they don't realize how embarrassing it is to deal with the sheer number of people that are so close-minded that they don't see the genius and the value in this setup. Blows my mind. But I have very happy customers, and this is why. It's pretty rare that you can go to a PC builder and say, I want the best performance for the dollar without overclocking. And they can be creative enough to put something like this together. I promise you, for the performance this customer is getting, they cannot get anything equal for less money. This is a bargain. And I'd be welcome to pair it up against anybody's Z motherboard and we'll benchmark them, and they're going to be identical all the way down the line. Unless you need the extra USB ports or you want the extra, I think it has an extra high-speed M.2. I'm not sure on that. Depends on the board, I think. And furthermore, we're not overclocking it. So the benchmarks are going to be exactly identical. So then we'll compare who paid more, and then we'll see who feels, smarter than the other one. Starting today off with a bang. Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome into all my friends in blue. We got 612 people watching, and as you can tell, I'm filled with energy today. My energy drink is kicked in, clearly. And man, what a day yesterday was, right? 3 videos till, what was it, from 1 o'clock in the afternoon till 9 o'clock at night I was filming. Ran the batteries out on the camera. It was a marathon day. I'm going to try and end at a more reasonable time. I'm going to try and stop by 5 o'clock today. It's a little after 1 right now. My thanks for everybody who's contributed with the Amazon gift cards. That's going to be very helpful for buying future parts because that's where I'm getting a lot of my parts now. And then also for the contributions coming in during Super Chat. If I don't acknowledge you right away in Super Chat, be sure and come back. If you leave, be sure and come back and watch the end of the show. And I will give everybody a shout out at the end of the show that I may have missed throughout the broadcast. And the reason is every time I stop and get interrupted, it slows down the build, and that really upsets a lot of people. They're like, man, you took 2 hours to put a power supply in. But they wouldn't feel that way if the reason I stopped was to acknowledge them. You know what I mean? So generally those complaints are coming from people who only take. And I can appreciate where they're coming from. I get it. However, they also need to know that these videos are edited a couple of weeks after they're done live. These build videos are. And then all the little chit-chat stuff is taken out. All the acknowledgments are taken out. And it's just me building. So if you're the kind of person that wants to get right to the build, these live videos are not for you. This is sort of a hangout where you get to just hang out like in a bar. Just friends hanging out, drinking Coke, talking about our favorite subject or one of our favorite subjects, and enjoying like-minded company. And we hope you'll stick around and and become a part of this amazing community that we're building together. And speaking of contributions, a few have come in, so let me give a couple of shouts out here to these generous folks. Let's see, what do we have? Tony Wallows contributed $1.99. Thank you, as always, Tony. Andy Kenzor has contributed $5. He says, "Are you crazy?" Yes, but it's my kind of crazy. Right on. And OG Gaming has contributed $3. Thanks, you guys. Today's computer is being paid for. All of these parts are being paid for by the customer. His name is Bill Bailey. Thank you to Bill. This is the second computer for me he's ordered. And Bill wanted a computer that was just going to be rock solid for many, 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 many years. And I want to make sure that everybody understands the motivation behind these videos. There are no sponsors. The contributions that come in through Super Chat, as well as donations made through PayPal or Amazon gift cards, combined with real customers ordering computers. I don't sell any parts. The customers buy the parts wherever they want to buy them. So I don't have to deal with trolls saying I charge too much or some other nonsense as they dig around trying to find some reason to hate. Furthermore, the only thing I charge is for the shipping of the computer. And in general, it's right around $125 for packing and shipping. It's about 40 pounds. It's a box in a box with packing around it. It goes FedEx ground. And that is the cheapest. And if you don't believe me, try it. Call around and find out what it's going to cost to put a box inside of another box, pay for the other box, pay them to pack it, put insurance on it, and tell them it's 40 pounds. It's going to be, depending on the distance, like from here to San Diego, is probably $70. From here to, say, Virginia or New Hampshire is probably $120. The last computer I shipped was that big 780T 780T Corsair that was in for repair. It was big. That was $140 to ship that, and that was even only going to like Tennessee or something. So that's a bargain because DHL, UPS, and USPS are far more money and more likely for damage in my experience. I rarely ever get when somebody sends me a computer for repair and they send it via UPS when I advise them not to, they frequently arrive with some damage, dented case, or in most cases it's a dent somewhere on the case. UPS is pretty rough with the package, and the boxes UPS uses are half the thickness of the double-walled boxes at FedEx. So I'm paying FedEx anywhere from $25 to $35 to pack that computer for me. And then they can't deny insurance if there is a claim. They cannot say it wasn't packed correctly. And when you're dropping $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 on a computer, I think it's very reasonable to not drop kick it for $1 to your door. I think it should be handled properly and packed properly, and then you're going to get what you pay for. So, and pricing around all the other shipping companies out there, FedEx was not only the least expensive, everything I ship from them arrives perfectly, with very few exceptions. Very rare is there ever an issue. But hey, what do I know? I just have a business to run for 30 years, so don't listen to me. Anyway, meow. Hello to all my friends joining us in blue. I'm quite defensive today, aren't I? I just foresee all of the trolls coming out with the title of this video. And I hope they all come out so we can educate them all at once and be done with this. Today's build is pretty identical to a recent build I did, where basically I've got about, I'm really pushing hard on the H370 HD3 with the i7-9700k CPU with the Mugen 5 cooler, because those three components, you're looking at $400, $50 for the cooler, $100, so $550. And then you can put whatever storage, whatever RAM. If you want a GPU, you can add one. If not, you can use the built-in graphics on the chip. And that makes for an easily simple to build computer that's going to be very reliable, very fast, very quiet. And I guarantee you, regardless of what options you choose for RAM and storage, it's going to be cheaper and faster than anything anywhere near that price. If you're looking at what the total cost of the system will be, and then go to Dell, go to HP, look around at other configurations for that exact amount of money, compare what you're going to get, and I promise you, you're not going to get anything as good as this for that price. You'll make a sacrifice somewhere. Maybe it won't be as upgradable, or maybe it'll have a smaller power supply or a less efficient power supply, or maybe it won't have as good of a cooling solution or as good of Wi-Fi. This is, as far as I'm concerned, the best Wi-Fi adapter on the market, and it's been that way for a while. Power supply, nice good warranty. We go EVGA on the graphics card because we know EVGA support is 24/7, based in America, from knowledgeable people not reading scripts, who don't have heavy accents. They don't have accents at all that I can tell. That makes it difficult to understand them, and they don't look for excuses on why not to honor your warranty. So in the very rare instance that you need to contact EVGA, whether it's for a power supply or a graphics card, they're there 24/7, and they stand behind their product. And if this card is $10 more, I'll pay the $10, or I'll advise the customer, for peace of mind, pay the extra $10, right? Now, if you're a technician and you're somebody who likes fixing stuff, well, then you can shop for the cheapest stuff, because that's the stuff most likely to break and have configuration problems, and you will have the knowledge and the experience required to get it up and running, and to keep getting it up and running every time it fails. So with that, a couple other contributions came in, so let me give you guys some shouts out. Texas 9MM has contributed $10. Thank you, Texas. We'll make you a moderator in here. Love to see this whole place filled with blue. That's what I want to see. Jack Craybaum's contributed $5. He goes, where can I buy a legal Windows 10 Home Edition? You can buy Windows 10 Home at Newegg. They sell all legitimate copies. Maybe Amazon, depending on who the seller of the day is. You can reach out to me if you want a copy of Windows 10 Pro that comes with the little sticker. That's how you know it's real. And I have a few of those available, and I can sell it for about half the price, a little more than half the price of Windows 10 Home. But you'd have to reach out to me an email to work that out. And I'm really not supposed to sell those directly. That's supposed to go with a computer. But because I'm a system builder, I can buy that OEM versions. Windows 10 Home should be $99. Sometimes it'll go on sale for $89. You can run Pro. There's really not a whole lot of difference there. If you're a home user, you won't notice any difference. And like I said, I can get it a bit cheaper. Or you can shop around, try and find a Windows 7 Home that somebody might be selling cheap, because Windows 7 support ends for that permanently on Wednesday. So, is it Wednesday? Yeah, I think it's Wednesday, in 4 days. So, was that Tuesday? What's the 14th? Tuesday. So there may be people that have unused Windows 7 license keys. They want to dump them. And you can use that Windows 7 license key currently. And again, Microsoft could change this at any time. But you can use that license key to activate Windows 10 Home. Windows 7 Home to Windows 10 Home. Windows 8 will also work. And then Pro to Pro, Home to Home on the upgrade. OG Gaming said, Kerry has worked on my gaming computer and it was an upgrade. Fantastic job, super fast compared to the way it was before. That's right, I forgot about that. Glad you're happy with the work. I was glad to do it. Just want to make sure I got everybody here in the shouts out. Madia Wells contributed $5. Brendan Luty's contributed £2. Jared Blackmore contributed £3 and says, this is great entertainment tonight. It beats the TV. Thank you. Heinrich Bo Anderson has contributed 20 Danish krona. And Randall Doms has contributed $2. And Madia Wells contributed $2 as well. So thanks, you guys. Thank you very much. You are the sponsors. Keep me sponsor free is all I'm saying. And the more contributions I get, the crazier the builds get. I got an AMD 3950X build coming up with that graphics card right back there. This is the EVGA GeForce RTX 2080 Super. And this is about $800. I think this was 700 and change, I don't remember. But this will be going in the AMD 3950X build with a Corsair MP600 2TB PCIe 4 NVMe SSD. What language is that? Does anybody understand a word he's saying? Just hang in there, it'll be fine. 64 gigs of the Trident Royal Crystal RGB RAM with the mirror finish. What else is it going to have? Be Quiet Pure Base 600 windowed case, and we'll cool it with a Silverstone PF240 RGB, well, it's a RGB liquid cooler. Why haven't I done that before? Why have I not built a system of that caliber before? Because nobody's ordered one. And nobody ordered this one. The only way this was possible where there was contributions above normal last month, and that enabled me to say, what can I use this extra money for that will benefit the channel? What kind of videos do people want to see? People have made it clear they want to see the latest technology. I'm not a huge fan of being a pioneer and being one of the first people to wait in line to buy a product, pay the most amount of money for it, and then deal with all the bugs and issues that it has. However, because this is for the channel, I figure I will build it and offer it for sale when it's done at whatever the cost of parts are. And if somebody buys it, great. And if nobody buys it, it'll just be a long time before I can do that again. But if it sells, and then I can turn around and take that money and then use it for another extreme video or some other content you guys want to see, and then ideally just keep that business model rolling if it works. Well, we got to start somewhere. I also have the Xenos G3 build coming up. I'm still waiting on a part for that, which I hope is going to arrive today. And combined with the number of builds I still have ahead of me, again, it's a channel build, it's not a customer build. It will not be for sale. That will be a showcase piece, just like Thready. And one of the benefits of me getting into a studio is to be able to have those, at least in the background, as a reminder of our community and the power of it and some of the amazing things we've done here. We'll get there. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and get started with today's build, and I just want to say hello and happy Friday to everybody joining right now in the chat, and especially to my friends in blue for being blue. Ian Scott Johnston, we're going to turn him blue. There you go, buddy. I really want to be able to turn as many people blue as possible. And the way you get blue is you just participate in the chat and show that you are friendly and supportive. Don't criticize other people. We're not competitive, you know? Just be nice. Be likable. That's pretty much all it takes. John Craig has contributed £5. He says, here's a little bit more sponsorship. Thank you, John, and for that contribution and your past contributions. And Rusty Nail contributed $2. He says, I got my fizzy drink and I'm just hanging out. Right on. And I see there's a link to the wire cutters in there that I use. All the tools that you see me use in my videos, they're in my Amazon store. If you look at the notes below this video, you will find links to every component that makes up this computer. We don't often mention prices because this video will be up for years and years and years. And that price does nobody any good other than perhaps misleading them into thinking it's going to be more money than it truly is. When they watch this video back, in as little as 2 weeks, the price can change. And varying countries' prices change as well, or who you choose to buy from. But if you click on each link and add it to your cart, you'll see the current price as of the date and time that you are watching this video. Okay, so not only will you see all the parts for today's build in there, but you'll see a link that says below that, my Amazon store. And that's going to have about 105 items, I think, listed that include things like the Lazy Susan, the screwdrivers I use, the wire cutters I use, the thermal paste I use, the little temperature reader I had, the infrared temperature reader, all that stuff that you see me use, even the little clock timer I grab, and all of it was purchased from Amazon. And if you use that link to go to my Amazon store and you make any purchase at all, it doesn't have to be an item in my store. Just the fact that my link took you to Amazon and then you make any purchase at all, I get a small commission from that. You don't pay any more. It's no different for you. Nothing changes for you. But the channel makes a small commission. So that's a great way to show support for the channel, and again, to help keep me sponsor free. The last thing I want to do, honestly, is to start the show off or have to interrupt the show and tell you about razor blades, something not technically related and clearly a sponsorship. And I might have to do that. I just don't want to. So as long as the contributions come in and we can keep that moving. But if they don't, I don't have a choice. So anyway, that's where we're at there. And for everybody who's contributed, both now and in the past, thank you so much for helping keep the channel free of sponsors so that all viewers know that I have no hidden agenda with regards to what I am endorsing. If I endorse the Corsair 200R case, it's because I genuinely use it in my business. All the parts you see me use, I have to support those. And if I choose bad parts, I have to fix them in warranty for free, and I lose money, and it keeps me from doing more work for new customers because I can't be in two places at the same time. It's in my own best interest to make sure I select the best parts at the best price for the best value that keeps me in business and keeps my customers coming back. And I'd like to keep it that way. Does the board have integrated Wi-Fi? No, I avoid buying motherboards with integrated Wi-Fi. The reason I avoid them and the reason I recommend staying away from them is because the Wi-Fi that's built onto a motherboard can never be upgraded. It will always be whatever it is. And Wi-Fi evolves quickly. We've gone from 802.11b and A to G and N and AC and I don't know, pick a letter. It just keeps getting faster, and the range is getting better, but both the router has to be modern and the network card have to be modern. You've got 4-stream routers, 8-stream routers, 12-stream routers, depending on how many Wi-Fi devices you're wanting to connect up at once. And, on both sides of that, you want the best Wi-Fi cards you can get. So while the PC E88, AC88 from Asus is what I consider the best Wi-Fi card right now, which is about $100, in a year from now it won't be. And if this customer wants to swap that out and always stay with the best, say they just dropped $500 on a router, and to take advantage of that, they need a better, faster, more modern Wi-Fi card. They just pop it out of the computer, pop a new one in. If this had built-in Wi-Fi, they'd have to go into the BIOS and disable it and then add a Wi-Fi card. That to me is a waste of money. And also when you look at the price difference, if you look at a motherboard with Wi-Fi and look at the exact same model of motherboard without Wi-Fi, it often adds $50 or more to the price of the board. Now granted, this is a $100 Wi-Fi card, but I promise you that Wi-Fi card right here is better than any built onto a motherboard currently for sale, as far as I know. And in fact, if a motherboard had a Wi-Fi card this good, it would be a very expensive motherboard. And once again, when the card isn't so fast anymore, in maybe 2 years' time, you can't take it out. If it's built onto the board, it's soldered on there. You're stuck with it for life. Best you can do is disable it. Now, there are builds that I do that are small. And when it's a small build, it's nice to have Wi-Fi built into it because the smaller builds tend to be more portable, and adding a Wi-Fi card isn't possible a lot of times, but you can always add Wi-Fi through a USB plug. Anybody can do that to any computer at any time. I've had customers, they go, hey, my laptop Wi-Fi stopped working. What would it cost me to have you take it, and fix it? I'm like, you know what? Go to the store, spend $30 on a Wi-Fi USB adapter, and save your money because, if your laptop's out of warranty, it's probably not worth the labor and the parts cost to get it fixed. And then the beautiful thing about having that USB Wi-Fi adapter is that when you get rid of the laptop, you can keep the Wi-Fi adapter and use it for other things or as a backup. So just like a keyboard, you can get USB keyboards, you can get Bluetooth keyboards, you can get PS2 style keyboards. It's nice to be able to change the keyboard out rather than have it permanently soldered into the back of your motherboard, So like I just said, for me, I discourage getting a motherboard with built-in Wi-Fi. Now that being said, some customers want that. And if that's what the customer wants, that's what the customer gets. Joseph Jarsterfor has contributed $2. He goes, "Hey, I finally got into the chat at the start." Right on, Joseph. Welcome in. Stephen Bernstein, hey, welcome in, Stephen. And Bearpaw, Nick Poverman, Jonathan Fazani, Chris Storer, Sharon Idles, as well as Bartek Casatorni, Eddie Sawyer, Sherry McFarland, Alhaj Tepej, Kenny Whidden, James Zender contributed $2. Thank you, James. Daniel Skinner, Polestar69, Joel, John Williams, thank you guys so much. And AV3, Missile Man, Ian Troop, Ben Fitzpatrick, Super Marula contributed $5. He says, "Thank you for all your tips and tricks." Right on, hey, thank you. And what else? Well, there's a bunch more people in there. Sergio Cochit, Joseph Neal. Oh, if I missed your name, don't feel bad. If you hang out here long enough, you'll eventually get a shout out. So I want to get on with getting some work done. So that's what we're all here for, right? First thing I'm going to do is prep the motherboard. So to do that, first of all, I need my live screen back. There I am. So to prep the motherboard, I'm going to get rid of some of the components to clear space on the desk and set them aside until we need them. A shout out and a thank you to Chester Hughes, just contributed $2 to the channel. Thanks, Chester. So we're not going to put the graphics card in until much later. So right back here, I'll just start stacking the items we don't yet need. We don't need the Wi-Fi adapter or the optical drive at this point. Prepping the motherboard is pretty much just putting the CPU, RAM, cooler, and storage drives in, and so the motherboard will be ready to be mounted into the case. And so to start with that, inside the box, like I said, for $100, this board cannot be beat on value. Pretty much use any 8th gen, 7th gen, or 9th gen CPU in here. The CPU support list on this board, if you go to Gigabyte's website and go to the support area for this motherboard, there's a tab that says CPU support, and it's a long list of the number of CPUs this board is compatible with, and that make it very ideal for somebody interested in being practical. Most overclocks, most people who want to overclock, they don't want to be practical. And there's nothing wrong with that. I have to be practical to maintain my business, but overclocking is its own thing, and there are plenty of other YouTube channels around that will focus on that hobby. This is not a hobby for me. This is what I do for a living, and so I have to be able to generate an income reliably and have expenses that don't exceed the amount of money that I make, or I go out of business. And so I choose components that I know are from manufacturers that have a history of making good, reliable components at a fair price and have good support if needed. And then I have to count on them if something goes wrong, because my customers are counting on me. And if a company doesn't follow through with their support, if they're difficult to get a hold of, if they're going to give me excuses on why they're not going to honor the warranty, I basically have to buy that customer a brand new product. And you can bet your bottom dollar I am never going to buy from that manufacturer again. Your Auto Advocates contributed $20. He says, "Thank you, Kerry. Here's a pizza pie on me, minus the $6 that YouTube takes." Like $14 will get me a pizza. Hey, thank you for that. Thank you. Now, I've used a bunch of these boards in builds already, and I will be sad when they phase them out, because I don't have a secondary go-to that's of this nature. Like there's other boards I use, but none that are the screaming deal that this is. Gotta get that tape cut. I don't know why Gigabyte tapes these closed. Oh, and I'm going to need that standoff, and I'm going to need some thermal paste. No, the thermal paste is not. I'll need a glove. What else do I need? Sorry, I'm back here thinking to myself. I need the glove. Yeah. What else did I say? Well, I can't remember now. So there's the glove. Set that over here. That will be for applying the thermal compound later. You guys that have seen my channel before know what to expect there. Went back there to get something else. My mind went blank. That's what happens when everything's going a million miles an hour. Take this out of here. There's our motherboard. It's got that fresh motherboard smell. Yeah, I think that's an acquired smell. I'm starting to keep a couple of these anti-static bags now because I've had a few RMAs recently and didn't have a static bag to ship the product in. So I decided I'm going to just make a little stockpile of them before I go back to recycling them. Oh, I need that little plastic standoff for the motherboard because this is one of those Gigabyte boards that has the extra mounting holes, I recall. So let me grab one of those now. Ideally, if I wasn't in such a hurry, this would have all been done prior to me starting today's broadcast, but I am busy, so not thinking as far ahead as I normally do here. Now to prep the motherboard, we're going to start, I guess we'll install the CPU first, and I'm going to move this camera and bring it up closer like I did last time. Since I don't have cameraman Mitch here today, I do have plans to have cameraman Mitch here for the big builds, which is the 3950X and the Xenos build. And boy, it'd be really cool if I could get two camera people here, but at least one camera person will be better than just me having to do everything for close-up shots and stuff like that. So here we go. Let me move this. Try and move it. Yeah, we'll bring it down here. That ought to be good enough. Get my razor blade out. Now we're talking. Now we mean business. Mugen 5 cooler, of course, great value. You want to talk about value? Between a $99 board and a $48 cooler, those are two of the best components you can buy for the money. I don't know of anything that competes in a similar price range for what you get in return for the quality of and the diversity of how many different motherboards and sockets this CPU fan will work on, this heatsink and fan, or how many different CPUs will work on this motherboard without dealing with that RGB nonsense and without really sacrificing anything in performance. Here we go. Let's get the CPU out of the box. So this is the Intel i7-9700k. Currently in January of 2020, that's about $399. And then we've got the CPU itself in here. And like all Intel K CPUs, No cooling fan is included, which is good because we don't want their cooling fan on a chip that can get as hot as this one can get. Now I'll just turn this around this way, and then let's get you a little close up here. We'll zoom in. Where do I need to go for you to see that? Right there? Yeah, that'll work. All I'm going to do, lower this lever, pull it away, and lift it up. There's no fancy plastic over the I/O ports, which can make it difficult to install the motherboard, and the case doesn't have a case window, so it would just be wasted money to buy a board that had all that nonsense on it, especially for a build like this, which is going to be one heck of a gaming computer and one heck of a computer for getting work done. It'll do it all. Inside, we'll pull the CPU out. Always hold all the components by their edges. Notice the notches that are on each side, one there and one on the other side. That helps to ensure that the CPU only goes in to the socket one way. I can't put it in like this. I can't put it in it just won't fit. The only way it's going to go into the socket properly is when those notches line up with the slots, and it's always with the text facing the same way as the motherboard. So basically, the text is facing you if the motherboard is positioned like this for you when you're doing it. Just trying to see if I can get it to focus in on the text. Kind of hard to see. But not the text here. I'm talking about the text written on the motherboard itself. There's all the words are written in the same direction, and you would follow that direction with the words written on the CPU. That's one easy way. There's also a little golden triangle on the corner with a white triangle right there on the board. If you look closely, you'll see that. Those have to line up. Or you can do it by the notches. Don't push down on the CPU when you put it in the socket. Just put the edge of the CPU up against the edge of the socket and then gently lower it down. And then the way I check it is I just grab the edges of the heatsink, being careful not to touch the top of the heatsink or heat spreader, because we're going to put our thermal material on that, and we don't want anything to infect the thermal material and affect its efficiency. So we want to keep it free of fingerprints, oils from your skin, dust, dirt, debris. Like I wouldn't want to leave this out and exposed, not here in Arizona, overnight, because it'll have a little dust on it in the morning. So I would have to use a Q-tip and some rubbing alcohol to clean that surface before applying thermal compound. I wouldn't have to. Like, look, the thermal compound's still going to work. It's just going to be a little contaminated, so it won't work as well. Well, we can go ahead and lower this down, and then you'll watch that little plastic protective cover is going to pop up. Wow, and shoot across the room. Always hold on to this as it says right on it. It's important that you keep this, because if you have any warranty issues, you don't want to send back your motherboard with a CPU in it, because you may not get your CPU back. But if you take that CPU out, that socket it goes in is very delicate and it's very easily damaged. So if you ever have to take the CPU out of your motherboard, and that's typically done when you're going to ship the board back for a warranty, you want to find wherever you put this and put it back on. Every motherboard manufacturer will tell you your warranty is void if you send the motherboard back with that socket exposed. Now, I guess I could start putting the M.2 drives in. We'll start with the Samsung 970 Evo Plus. This is the fastest NVMe solid state storage for PCI Express 3, or PCI Generation 3. This is as fast as you can go. And these are pretty pricey. It's about $450 for a 2 terabyte. This 1 terabyte I think is around $215 last I checked. but it will saturate the bus. And what that means is it will push data as fast as the motherboard can accept it. So there's no drive you can buy that will transmit data on this motherboard or any other PCI Gen 3 motherboard any faster. This is as fast as they get. Now if you go to PCIe 4, which is currently only available on the AMD side with the X570 chip, at that point, whatever you buy today is only running at a fraction of what the motherboard could possibly handle. So if you want to do that, you'll go a little bit faster today, but you'll probably kick yourself in the butt for not waiting a year because it's only going to get faster. So here in the box, this is how it comes packed. There's nothing else in there. Sort of looks like a stick of gum in there. And we're going to go to this top slot. This is the faster slot. I mentioned the JIS screwdriver that I'm using. Hoson, I guess, is the name of the manufacturer. It looks like a Phillips. It really does. I mean, I can't just look at the end of it and tell you that's JIS, but I can tell you it fits better than any Phillips screwdriver I've used into these little screws right here. So we're going to take that one out. Take the drive. Again, you'll see I'm holding it by the edges. Labels going up. There's a notch on one side here, if you look closely. So this can only go into the socket one way. When I put it into the socket, I hold it at a bit of an angle, and I want to see those little gold teeth disappear. We'll stick it right here, line it up so the slot lines with the notch, and then I'm going to push it forward, and you'll see the gold edge is no longer visible, and you'll see it sort of bounces up and down, sort of springboards. That's what it's supposed to do. And then the screw we just removed, all the purpose of that screw is to hold it down. That's all it does. So don't over tighten it. It's not critical that that it reaches a certain torque setting or anything like that. Also, in the package, if you open it like this, most people wouldn't even think to do this. But if you take the center out of here, I don't know how you're supposed to do this, but you're supposed to take the center out, and inside there's your documentation. This customer wanted extra storage, so we went with a 2 terabyte Intel 660P, and we're going to put it in the lower slot, which runs at ×2 speeds. So this one runs at half the speed, but that's okay. This this solid state storage drive runs at about half the speed of that Samsung, and it sells for half the price, less than half the price currently. So it's a perfect match to go into that slot. So right here, just based on the motherboard alone, this customer is going to have 3 terabytes of storage. Three terabytes of storage, what is that, 300,000 gigabytes or something ridiculous like that? And so let me try and get this out of the box. This one's being difficult. Come on out. Say hello, everybody wants to meet you. Come on. You know, installing this drive is a lot easier than getting it out of this box. That'll do it. Documentation, we'll put that with the rest of our documentation over here. And then in the box, or in this little cardboard thing here, we'll just get rid of that. It's the exact same as the last one we took out. It's just got a different sticker on it. From, you know, an untrained eye, they look exactly the same. I like that Gigabyte has put the standoffs and screws for the M2 already on the motherboard. I don't like it when they make you dig through the box and find a little plastic bag with a little tiny standoff, little tiny screws. So this is the way they should all come, screws already in place. Now you can add built-in Wi-Fi to this motherboard. That's what this socket right here is for. Bring this down. This right here, you'll see it's got a little screw right there. So you can put a little laptop Wi-Fi adapter there. And that is upgradable. You can change it out. Antenna-wise, it's not ideal, but it's certainly doable if you want to do that. So now let's take the 2 terabyte Intel SSD out. Now normally I would say don't put the second drive in yet, because when you go to install Windows, it's going to ask you which drive you want to put Windows on. And if you're, you know, a first-time builder or whatever, that might be confusing for you to know if you're selecting the right drive, especially if these were both the same size. If this was a 2 terabyte and this was a 2 terabyte, it gets a little more complicated. It's easy, but it's a little more complicated to tell. So if you only have one drive, then you only have one drive Windows can install on, and then you won't make that mistake. But it'd be no big deal. In this case, simply looking at the drive capacity, one will be a terabyte, one will be 2 terabytes. And we're going to want to install the operating system on the fastest. And the fastest one is the Samsung. It's twice as fast and twice as much money. Here we've got a little plastic standoff, which I'm going to prep by just cutting the nub off of it. Somebody mentioned in the past, I mentioned not to use the top slot because of heat. So before NVMe became affordable, these were all SATA based, and all the M.2 slots would run at SATA speed. And if you have a choice, if both slots run the same speed, it makes sense to keep the drive away from the heat source. And we're going to have a graphics card and a CPU here, and that generates a lot of heat in that area. It doesn't generate too much heat. In general, the drive will heat up more because you're writing a ton of data to it all at the same time than it will from the surrounding areas. But the advice I used to give out, and remember, you got to change with the times here, folks. You can't say Kerry said this 3 years ago and think it still applies today. If we were still installing SATA-based M.2s, I would still say the same thing. These are all NVMe now, and the rules are different with NVMe. We want to use the fastest slot available. If the idea behind keeping the drive away from heat is to keep it fast, it doesn't make any sense to put it in a slower slot. That doesn't keep it fast, does it? So, anyway, got to keep up. Now, I guess I can start to prep the cooler. So here we've got the Mugen 5 Revision B, and let's see if I can back this off a little bit here. And the Mugen 5 is clearly my favorite cooler. Mugen doesn't pay me anything. I wish they would to promote their product, but I've just been very happy with how well this cools, how cheap it is, how well constructed it is, how easy it is to install. And I love that they give you a free screwdriver, which you can use to build your whole computer with, right inside this box right there. Check this out. Nothing else there. This is a good, high-quality screwdriver. Like, you go to Home Depot or Lowe's and get a screwdriver for like $6 or more. That's this quality. It's magnetized, and it comes with no additional charge with the cooler. Heavy-duty metal backplate. It is not plastic, so that's going to last forever. This works on numerous AMD and Intel sockets, So there's a bunch of parts here we don't need. Since we're not building AMD today, we do not need the AMD brackets, which you can identify because they look like parentheses. So we're not going to use those on today's build. We've got 2 fan hangers for the fan. We've got 2 additional fan hangers and a bag of screws and standoffs for adding a second fan if you wanted to. We're not going to do that because it's not necessary. The cooler's a beast. And then finally, we've got the thermal compound, in which Scythe gives you plenty. And it's not like in a little plastic bag they expect you to cut open and squeeze out like some other manufacturers do. And they charge as much as twice as much for their coolers. Don't give you a good screwdriver, maybe give you an Allen wrench or something. In the bag of standoffs, there's going to be tall standoffs and short ones. We want to take the short ones and take them out of the mix because that's for the X299, X99 systems, and we're not building that. So all of these parts right here, these are not needed, and what I will do is grab a Ziploc bag and I will take these unneeded parts, and they're going to get passed on to the customer because the customer may want to repurpose this cooler in another build, or maybe they want to upgrade their build and switch from Intel to AMD or whatever, and they can move the cooler and continue to use the cooler indefinitely as the platform changes. So we'll just keep all that together in this bag. And I put the instructions in there, and then I don't have to label the bag. It's pretty obvious what's inside, right? Now, when it comes to starting with the cooler installation, the first place we start is with the back plate. This is the back plate. It's metal. As I mentioned, it's got foam pads on one side. The foam is there to rest against the back of the motherboard. We want to avoid touching any of the silver parts on the back of this board. Well, except for this, you can touch this, but everything else you want to keep your fingers off of if you can. And this back plate has 2 holes cut out in it, and obviously it has 2 sides to it. Well, the side with the foam pads is the side that goes towards the motherboard, with the 2 holes aligning with the 2 screws on the socket up here at the top of the board. So I'm holding it sideways. You typically would be looking at it lengthwise. And then what I want to do is grab one of these standoffs here, and I want to put it through the center hole. If you look very closely on the back of this back plate, you'll see there are 3 holes in each corner. And that's because there are a bunch of different socket types for it to be compatible with. So maybe on an AMD system we use a different hole or on a different socket. For this socket, which is a socket 1151, we want to use the hole in the center. So when I put this standoff, when I put this through the other side, I want to make sure that it's lining up with the middle hole here. So let me do that now. It's a little awkward for me to try and do this and show you at the same time. Where is it? Right there. You can kind of see it's getting started right there. I'm going to just give it a few turns. I don't want to tighten it too much yet. That's good enough. That'll hold it in place. Now I want to go to this opposite corner with another standoff and put one there. Now as I hold the motherboard, I'm always holding it by edges. I'm not touching any of the components on top or below the board, other than maybe the top of the I/O shield. I can put my hand on this back plate and my thumb right here on the edge and lift up the board. And we'll go right to that opposite corner, right in there. Make sure that that's going through the center hole as well. And just a couple of turns. Now that that's done, the other 2 are going to automatically be aligned without us having to verify it. It's pretty much locked the back plate into the correct position. And we'll just put one standoff right there. and the other standoff in the other corner. Once they're all started, we'll use the enclosed included screwdriver, and we can tighten these down. Now you want to make sure these are tight, but you don't want to crack your motherboard. So I recommend just go around about 3 times. Notice my hand is on the I/O shield holding the board to keep it from spinning on me or moving while I'm doing this. And that's why I don't need to wear an anti-static strap, because there's no place for static to go that would cause any harm. Now these feel pretty tight now. Perfect. Next, I grab these components right here. These are the brackets. And these brackets, one will go on right over this lever. It goes right over it, just like that. And then the other one goes exactly the opposite way, so they face each other. And then we're going to use these enclosed screws. They're very different looking. We're going to use those to secure that bracket down onto the standoffs. Now, the enclosed screwdriver is a great way to do this, but I find using my electric driver just gets the job done a little quicker. This driver has a clutch setting of 3, meaning that when it hits the resistance measured of what the manufacturer defines at that 3 position, it'll stop turning the driver and shut off. It's not absolutely critical that you have a certain torque spec setting. You just want to make sure it's not too much where you could rip the heads right off the screws or strip out the threads. See, like in this case, I've tightened that one too soon. I need to loosen it so I can wiggle the bracket around just a little bit. Where is it? Right there. There we go. And that's ready now for the heatsink to just go right on top, and then there's just 2 screws that hold the heatsink down, one here, one here. So one of the easiest third-party installs of a cooler I've ever seen. Not to mention, it's very affordable, and it's dead silent when it's working. Inside of the box remaining, we've got the fan itself, and then, of course, the big old heatsink. This is about twice the size of an Evo 212, so obviously it's got much more cooling area and cools better than an Evo 212. It installs easier than an Evo 212. Evo 212 used to be my go-to cooler, with the caveat that I'd say it's kind of a pain in the butt to install it, but you know, it's worth it. This outperforms it. It is much easier to install. It does cost about twice as much money as the Evo 212, but it also works about twice as good. So, food for thought. What am I missing in the chat here? Let's take a look at what's been going on. Let me grab my mouse and take a look. See, Peter Brooks joins us. Hey, Peter, welcome in. Chris Chase and Jonathan Fazzani. Mira M has contributed €75. Wow, that's a very nice contribution. Says, my cockatiel donated this. Donating towards an overhead camera stand. I love the casual chatting work streams. I thank you for the contribution, and I do have an overhead camera stand, which we will be using in other builds. It's just a hassle to take it out and set everything up, because it really gets in the way. Without a camera operator, and because this is a kitchen and not a studio, I can't permanently mount anything. So everything's got to be set up and adjusted and cabled. But if you watch some of my past videos, I have used it. It makes for fantastic shots. But I'm doing so many builds in the next few weeks that I'm just trying to get them done as quickly as possible. And again, thank you for that contribution. Mitch Morrison joins us in the chat. Welcome in, Mitch. Always good to see Mitch. Better to see him in person. Doc Mechanic wants to know where anti-static straps come from. An anti-static strap is just like a tool. You have to buy it separately. With the exception of the cooler, which comes with a screwdriver, no other computer components come with tools. So you're expected to have your own pliers, wire cutters, nylon zip ties, and so an anti-static strap would be considered a tool. And you can pretty much buy them at any place that sells computer parts, probably sells the anti-static straps. They are completely unnecessary, but if it makes you feel good to wear one, if you don't trust yourself and you'd rather be safe than sorry, there's no harm other than wasting $5 or $10. If you handle the parts the way I'm showing you, static is just not an issue. This is also 1974 anymore, and we're using fewer components on the boards, and all the components are grounded in the board. Electrostatic discharge is more likely to happen where the components are loose, such as in the motherboard manufacturing facility. Once the components are soldered onto the board they're basically grounded to the board. So static is not the frightening thing it used to be, but again, there's no harm, apart from spending $5 or $10, there's no harm in wearing one. Now, I suppose I can put the RAM in, and for RAM, we're using, how come I don't have RAM for this build? Hold on a minute. There's no RAM. How did I? You know I'm busy when I can overlook something like that. Tell you what, give me a minute. I have to go look at this customer's order and figure out if they ordered RAM, if we forgot it. Something's not right here. So bear with me. I'm going back to my office here to pull up the order. Some of you guys have sent some Amazon gift cards. Thank you for doing that. It looks like Ewell has contributed. Thank you so much for submitting a contribution through the Amazon gift card. Okay, let's look under, let's see. Where's that customer's order? So for this customer, we were to use two sticks of Corsair Vengeance 32 gig 3200 speed. And where is it? Let's see. Hang in there, guys. I'll be back there in a minute. No, I gotta be in here somewhere. Okay. Okay, I see what I did. Hang in there for a minute, guys. I'm working on this real quick. Hang in there. I am still working on this, trying to figure out something that is a little puzzling to me. I think I know what I did. Yeah. Okay, we're fine. Everything's good. Phew, I was a little concerned there for a minute. I know where the RAM is. I know exactly what I did. It's in a different pile. I didn't move it to the right stack. Silly me. That's what happens. Everything gets so busy. And I have to make sure when I'm really busy like that, that I let my OCD do its thing and put things in their proper spot so I can avoid that on a live video. So here's the RAM. This is the Corsair Vengeance LPX series. It's 2 sticks of 16 for a total of 32 gigs, 3200 speed. On gigabyte boards, we want to use sockets 1 and 2 first. That's going to be these gray ones. We can just open all these little retention levers up. We'll take the RAM out of here. There's always a little plastic over their logo. I like to remove it. What happens if I don't remove it is over time it starts to yellow and it'll start to bubble and it looks terrible. And they really intend for that to come off. They don't tell you that, but they do intend for that to protect their logo in shipping. The RAM can only go in one direction. It's got a little groove and a notch in the RAM and in the socket. And once it's aligned gently, push down on each corner individually. And you'll often hear it click. I didn't really hear this one click, so I want to put that one back in again. Much better, and then I'll close those other ones up. And if the customer in the future wants to add 2 more sticks of the same memory, they'll go to 64 gigs. Right there's 32 gigs of RAM, just that easily. Now I can put that little plastic standoff in. For some reason, these Gigabyte motherboards, they have this extra mounting hole right over here, which is a very strange place to put a mounting hole. That one right there. So I take this little plastic standoff that we used to use in the 90s. This is totally unnecessary, but because I have these little plastic standoffs, I don't want to throw them away. I might as well use them. And we'll just stick that right in there. And that's going to add a little extra support to the board. Although, honestly, Gigabyte should just remove that hole altogether. If you're building and you don't have one of those, just leave that hole empty, unless you have a case that will support that hole, which I have yet to see. I imagine Gigabyte's cases support their bizarre mounting hole locations. The rest, these other 6, there's 3 in a row here, 3 in a row here. Those are standard ATX locations. And so our motherboard is more or less prepped. We're ready to put that into the case. I'm leaving the top of the cooler off for right now because I want to get the motherboard installed, and getting to this plug right up here, this is an EPS power connector. This is very difficult to get to with that heatsink in that Corsair 200R case that I have because the case isn't really tall. It doesn't give us a lot of room in that corner. So it's super easy now to put the top of the heatsink on. It's just these 2 screws. So we can do that after we get the motherboard mounted. So let me move the camera back, so hold on as we go for a little ride here. Look at that. Look at that floor. Isn't that great? All those boxes all over my floor. I think that'll be okay. Okay, I haven't been paying attention to the chat room, so if anybody has any questions, please go ahead and ask them now, because I need to take a little breather before we begin the next stage. I tend to break the computer build into 3 stages. The first is prepping the motherboard. The second is prepping the case, and then the third is the wiring, the Windows install. And then the final step is just, wire management and buttoning the panels back up. So basically 3 stages, and the first 2 can be reversed. We could prep the case first and prep the motherboard second. I have a lot of fun prepping motherboards. I don't know why, I just enjoy it. Prepping the case is kind of boring, and doing the cable management is, but it's so worth doing because it looks so good when it's done and makes the system so much easier to work on in the future. Has Lyle not spotted the boxes? I think Lyle's hanging outside. 1,134 people are watching the live stream around the world. Let me know where you're watching from. Put a shout out there in the chat room. Tell me where you're from or where you're at. Where you at? Can the USB 3.1 Type-C be used for Thunderbolt 3? Only if it's built into the motherboard already. Otherwise, no. It can't be added later. There are some motherboards that you can add a Thunderbolt 3 card to, but you'll still have to use that specific USB Type-C port. So if you have 2 of them, like one's built on the board and one is in an add-in card, only the one in the add-in card will be Thunderbolt 3. So if the motherboard doesn't say it's coming with Thunderbolt 3, then that means that Type-C port is just USB 3.2, which means it's basically 3.1 or 3.0. And they're calling it 3.2 now. And Thunderbolt 3 is not compatible with USB. It uses the same connector. And if you have a motherboard that has Thunderbolt 3 built into it, like my laptop has Thunderbolt 3, then that one Type-C cable will work with USB or Thunderbolt. It's the same connector. But a USB device will not work on Thunderbolt 3, and a Thunderbolt 3 device won't work on a USB port. It's got to have the Thunderbolt 3 technology built into it already for that to work. You know, they didn't make it confusing, did they? Clear as mud. Running 2 sticks of RAM versus 4 sticks. If you have 4 sticks of RAM, you have 4 sticks of RAM that can go bad. You've doubled the odds of having a bad memory module at some point. Also, if you want to upgrade, you'd have to remove all 4 modules to replace them, right? And there's no benefit in performance. If anything, it slows you down a little bit and generates more heat. So the fewer the RAM modules, the better. We want to use 2 to be in dual channel. And you should definitely check out my quick tips channel because that's already been addressed in a short 4-minute video that explains all of this. If you're not subscribed to the Quick Tips channel, please do. It's in the video notes below this video. And please subscribe to that channel. There's only like 3,700 subscribers, which is pathetic. And there's just the common questions I get asked here over and over and over again have already been answered. So we don't have to keep repeating ourselves. And I think yours answers to questions you haven't thought to ask yet. So please check it out. It costs you nothing. Doesn't the motherboard only support 2666 RAM? Yeah, the stock speeds of the RAM and what it can overclock to with regards to XMP are going to be limited, but again, that doesn't matter. On the Intel platform, you're not really going to see any difference from it. And with the 3200 megahertz RAM, Corsair lifetime memory on the RAM, the heat spreaders are on it, so it's really good quality RAM. It's like saying, you bought a car that can do 160 miles an hour. Will it be okay to drive it at 55? Yeah. So even though the RAM is faster than what the motherboard can use, you don't want it the other way around. You don't want the motherboard needing memory that's faster than what you've installed. But having memory that's faster than what you need will only use what it's going to pull from it, just like a power supply. You can have an 800-watt power supply, but only have a 200-watt system. You can have an 800 horsepower car and only use 200 horsepower. Real simple, guys. Real simple. All right, let me start by getting the case ready, and we'll do that by removing these panels. Let's take the documentation, and we'll take it with all this other documentation, and we'll set that aside over here. And let's see, these items can go over there. This I will put, it's just an empty box, but I'm going to make a little wall of boxes, I think, so we'll just save that. And what else? Oh, the cooler Ziploc bag of parts will go over here. Done with this driver for now. Thermal compound, the fan, and the fan brackets are hangers. Good, good, good. Get my little door stop, and that'll keep that Lazy Susan from spinning on me as I take out these panels. Let's remove the panels. Mm-hmm. There's one. Well, that's interesting. I guess this was the wire tie that was holding the front port umbilicals on, or holding them against the case. That's no big deal. Weird, but no big deal. Apparently whoever put that on at the factory didn't do a very good job. I already took the screws out of this side. And let's go around this way. All of the screws that we need for mounting the motherboard or drives for this case, every brand new case will come with the mounting hardware that that specific case requires. Sometimes you cannot take screws from one case and use them in another case. It depends on the manufacturer. Like Corsair probably uses all the same screws on their cases, but just different quantities thereof. So for example, we can put 4 mechanical 3.5-inch drives here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we can put 4 2.5-inch solid state drives here. Now in this build, we're not going to use either one of those, but they would include enough screws for that many drives. If you have a computer case that can hold fewer or more drives, then you would need more or less screws accordingly. So that's why there's no screws included with the motherboard or with the drives. They don't know how you're going to install them or what kind of case you have. So here we've got a few nylon zip ties that come with the Corsair 200R case. We've got a bag of screws for fans, another bag of screws for fans, and 2 extra standoffs. Now these 3 bags we will not use, and they'll go with the spare parts to be given back to the customer. What we're left with are 2 bags, one with fine threaded screws that are used typically for optical drives, solid state drives, 2.5-inch solid state drives, and then the coarse threaded screws, which are typically used for mounting 3.5-inch drives and securing them, and for the motherboard. So we'll keep those handy. I can start by putting the I/O shield in right back here. So in the motherboard box, I've got the I/O shield. Notice how I'm holding the motherboard so that I don't have to worry about electrostatic discharge. I can grab it by the edges like this or like this. I can even pick it up by the I/O ports here. Just be careful that you don't put too much weight on those and snap them off. Here's our I/O shield, and we'll pop this in real quick. It's just going to go in just like this. I'm doing a lot less explanation on this video because it's really getting repetitive for me. And I have lots of other videos with that kind of detail if you need it. We've got a DVD drive to put in here. So I'll just pop out this panel right there. And optical drives these days, they're just, not many customers want them anymore. So they're very inexpensive. They're about 25 bucks here in the States for a basic DVD reader-writer, which will read and write CDs as well. Now this is an OEM optical drive, and what that means is it doesn't have all the retail box and packaging and instructions. They're assuming, if you're buying OEM parts, that you're a builder. And imagine if you're a builder and you've got this big pile of trash that you've just paid for, by the way, when you can get the product without all that additional cost of packaging that's only going to end up in your landfill. You don't need any directions. Sometimes people will order an OEM part and think, did they send me something used? It's just in a plastic bag. Maybe you shouldn't be ordering OEM parts. So this is the Asus optical drive we're going to be using. It does come with some software. I don't recommend using it. And that's just going to slide in right here. Like so. Give me just 1 minute, guys.
Here.
What do you got here?
A little extra gratitude.
Extra gratitude? I'm low on gratitude.
For being a professional that you are and a friend.
You have me confused with somebody else?
I probably do, but...
Come on in. You want to say hello?
Oops. Hi there.
We're live right now.
Uh-oh.
You guys remember Martin? Martin brought his computer in, the one I built about a little over 4 years ago with a bad power supply, and you brought me vodka. Oh, you know how to speak my language.
It's hard to find one in a glass bottle, and Denmark,
Yeah, it's all plastic.
Denmark wasn't
Wasn't
way
open?
over here.
They weren't open? Denmark was closed today. Are you trying to get me drunk, Martin?
Oh, me? Nah.
Well, thank you for that. In fact,
I hope it works for
I
you.
might need this in about 10 more minutes.
Boy.
We'll just put
you
it right
got-
back over here.
That's me. Oh, you smell my doggy on me. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
So are you ready to have your computer back?
Oh, let me tell you, I'm ready. I just happened to see yesterday's video on what you did,
Yeah.
and just impressed, and how good it still works. You know.
It's amazing. A 4-year-old computer, and it's still got. I was
Zip
just
and
telling
go.
people this computer I'm building today will easily last 8 years, and yours is proof of that. Yours is already over 4 years old, and it's not that different from a brand new machine in performance and capability. It's still, we could upgrade you to an NVMe drive, but
And what happens? And how many times do I say, the damn thing is running too fast for me?
yeah, I've never
It
gotten
moves
that call.
Fast.
Never gotten that call. Nobody's ever complained that it was too fast.
Yeah.
The only time people say that is when they're joking.
Of course.
Because when I say nobody says it, then they say it because they think they're being funny.
Well,
And I'm like, what'd you say? You talk too fast. Slow down.
yeah, you set yourself up by saying that.
I know, I do. I was trying to shut that down by mentioning it now. Hint, hint.
Yeah. Hello, everybody out there in Carrie's YouTube world.
Sure, we'll call it My YouTube World. Why not?
Why not? Yeah. What you got going here? My goodness.
Sean says they need you to come over to their house, too. Apparently they're short on vodka. Look at his dog. He's just going after those boxes. There he goes. And every time he bumps into my cables, you'll see the screen goes to a disconnect state for a moment. It's just like a bull in a china shop. Is that the right expression?
But they're a doggy in electronics world.
There he goes. I don't need to buy that dog squeak toys.
Oh, heck no.
He just wants the empty boxes.
Those boxes. So,
Luke Greenia says hello, Martin. Robin says hello to you, Martin.
hey, greetings.
This dog is crazy. Are you getting that cooler box? Is that yours? This is my entertainment for today.
Well, at least you don't have to clean up the kitchen.
No, he'll shred the boxes for me. I don't even have to break them down.
No, but they'll bring you to the living room.
No, worse, he puts them in the backyard, and I got to go pick up a shredded box out of the backyard.
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought 1 terabyte hard drive, that'd be an easy thing to fill up, but my gosh,
Oh, you're barely using any
68
space on it
gigs.
at all.
almost 100 gigs or not.
Yeah, you're not even using like a 20th of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not complaining.
What's up, Screwball? Good
I think
boys.
it's better to have more than to go, damn, I wish I had more.
If you can afford it, absolutely. So let's give these boys a treat. What do you say? Is it time for some cookies? You guys want some cookies?
Oh, the magic word.
How about you? You want something? You're standing in the way of your brother. You're stealing the spotlight, mister. All right. Patrick Rousseau says, hey, Martin, how you doing, young man?
I'm doing just great. So far.
Ryan says, welcome to Doggy Vision. What do you think, Lyle? You going to leave my fingers? Good boy. All right. That's all you're getting.
One thing that must love the best. Treats!
Lyle, anything he can put in his mouth is a treat. Boxes, fingers.
Your dad's telling on you, Lyle.
Smack your butt. Smack that butt. What do you think of that, boy? That's what's great about a dog, is you can smack them hard enough to flatten a cat. And they like it.
But they love it. You get that right.
All right. Let's bring this camera back up. Enough of the clickbait. That's what I should name them, click and bait. That looks pretty good. Right about there, I think. Yeah, just getting ready to put this motherboard into that case. Does that look familiar to you?
Oh yeah. Corsair case.
And
Is it
200R.
something like that?
Yeah, the 200R. Just pull the umbilicals out of here. How was your drive? How's traffic out there today on a Friday?
Not bad.
Wasn't bad?
No.
That's good. And what's the weather like outside? I don't go outside anymore. Taking classes
Mostly
from,
sunny.
taking lessons from Howard Hughes. Mostly sunny? Sounds like Arizona. I just want to finish my case prep. You got a minute?
I got a couple minutes.
Oh, good. So I'm going to just put the power supply in. This is the last part of my case prep. And this is an EVGA 650 P2. And I'm using so many different power supplies these days, I can't keep straight which one has which connectors. Do you think this is going to have silver screws or black screws?
Man.
This is what bothers me.
Tough decision.
They're selling abundantly black computer cases. The power supply is black. Why would you include silver screws?
So you can see them.
Who wants to see the screws?
Well, unless you, I don't know, try and find them using Braille.
Well, then the color doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah.
Lyle, I think, is sticking around waiting for this box. He's like, oh, he's got a box. Gonna be more boxes to tear up.
Uh-oh.
There he comes. Looking for trouble. Well, he's grabbing a box now, and he's leaving with it. That's rude, isn't it? It's just like, oh, I'll just take this.
Gosh. Does that say you have 1,100 visitors?
I do. There's 1,100 people around the world watching right now. Documentation, we'll put that over here with the rest of our documentation. We've got a little bag to hold the cables and said cables.
I think in a while I'll have some extra cables I can sell you.
Yeah, you think? There's the silica gel that you're not supposed to eat. It says
No, Lyle, that's
Says-
not for you.
throw away, but it doesn't say how far. I think it's an overhand throw.
Probably. Probably. Uh-oh.
All right. He's not going to eat that. Hey, what did I just say? You're not going to eat that. Stinker. Get him. Get him. All right. I don't want to leave that on the ground. There's actually nothing dangerous chemically in there. It's all inert, but it's a choking hazard. That's why they don't want you to eat it. That's our little power on thingy. I don't see. I think EVGA was like, oh, how would you like no screws at all then? No, they've got to be in here probably. Or maybe not. Did they seriously send me a power supply without screws? Oh, here they are. And they're black. All right. So if I order, mental note to myself, on future builds, if I order the EVGA 650 P2, I get the black screws. On the EVGA 650 GD, they're silver. I don't understand what's going on over there. Wouldn't it be cheaper to just have one color of screw that you use
You would
across the
think
board,
so.
rather than inventorying 2 different colors?
Unless
Now, if the power supply was silver, then I'd understand the silver screws.
the power
Now, this is
supply
completely-
manufacturer knows what case you're going to be using.
So let me ask you a question. You're an engineer.
Used to be. Yeah.
Used to be an engineer. Well, you always are. It's like a juggalo, engineer for life. This little bag, this little container, right? We open this up and we take this out. What do we do with this now? What is this for?
Make a satchel for the dog out of it. Put a strap on it and put it
But what
around
if you
its
don't have a
neck.
dog?
You use your trash can.
That would be the smallest trash can.
Gosh.
All I'm trying to say is, talk about
Why?
wasting materials.
Yeah, that's why.
What do you do with it once you've removed it from here? Well, you could put your cables in there. Well, then what's this bag for if I put my cables in there? Isn't that what this bag is for? But I'm so glad they put a bag in a box that was shipped to me in another box that was wrapped in plastic that also had this wrapped in. Oh, no, this wasn't wrapped in plastic, was it?
Oh my goodness.
So it's not like we're wasting precious resources of the planet and needlessly marking up the price of the product as a result. That's really necessary. Am I being sarcastic enough, or do I need to crank it up a notch? Hey, boy, no, see, he just took it.
Yeah, like you say, you
Went out
take
in the
it
backyard.
out in the yard. Well,
There's a little plastic right over the logo.
the only thing you can say about all these bags is, oh well.
Well, maybe if we're loud enough, we can make it clear to the manufacturers that we're trying to save the planet here. There are people, mostly younger, that have decided they want to not eat meat because of the carbon footprint of what's involved in raising livestock. They're not doing it because they want to be healthier. They want to do it to make the planet healthier. But at the same time, we have manufacturers that are including pointless packing materials that just go to the landfill, and we're all paying for that. And there's nothing this is what strikes me. I'm going to get philosophical here for a minute. When I have to take my kitchen trash bag out, there's 2 times that this thought hits me. When I take my kitchen trash bag out because it's full, I think about how much money I paid for that garbage. Like everything in there I bought. You understand? When I go to buy more garbage bags, all I'm thinking is I am spending money to throw something directly into the garbage.
And
Think about
for a
that.
garbage collector to get paid.
Well, I don't mind, garbage collectors should get paid, but my point is the whole point of buying garbage bags is to throw them away. And I'm trying to think there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a more efficient way. What does a package of garbage bags cost? I might as well just take that money, put it right into a garbage bag. Just saying. I gotta think this through. It's not adding up for me. See, I told you I was gonna get philosophical. Now, I know I had some screws. Where are they? It's not these 2 bags. There's another bag of screws right by you. There we go. Thank you.
Use those.
See, I told you I'd put you to work if you stopped by.
My glasses work.
Yeah, I don't want to don't talk to me about glasses right now. My eyes are just getting worse feels like every couple of months they're worse than they were. And I'm just hoping they'll heal themselves.
I thought the same thing, but
Didn't work out that way, huh?
no, you don't know how bad your eyes are until you go to get them.
Until you can
The
see.
doctor says, how come you didn't come in earlier?
And you're like, who said that? That's when you know it's bad.
It's crazy. My wife and I both, we got along with the changes, and we thought we didn't see anything different
Yeah.
until we just had everything done last September, and I'm going, my gosh, I didn't know I could see that bright.
Well, yeah, because it's such a slow, gradual loss that you just don't notice it. And then when that's Sort of like when a computer was running slow and then you clean it up and all the speed comes back and you're like, holy smokes, I didn't realize
Exactly.
how slow it was running because it happened so gradually over a long period of time. But that, right there, that completes the case preparation. If I want to, and I do, I can secure this optical drive with those thin threaded screws I mentioned earlier to you guys. And we'll just put one right there and then one on the same, on the other side. This is optional. I mean, the case just locked the drive in, but because this is being shipped,
You need something to protect it, yeah.
it could break loose, so I want to be careful. Those are the wrong screws, Carrie. Those are the coarse.
There you go, I handed you the wrong bag.
No. The bag you handed me I already used. These are right in front of me, and I did that to myself. If only I could see clearer, it wouldn't have been a problem. They're very fine. If you look at the difference between those two screws,
Oh, yeah.
they're very similar. This has a coarser thread. This has a finer thread. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, those little 3mm screws, you know, that the SSDs were put into.
Yeah.
Those are only little 3mm dudes.
So Martin is the one, if you remember, he brought his laptop over. It had 2 mechanical drives in it that we were upgrading to solid state, and we couldn't get the screws out of. There were 4 screws for each drive, and I think 3 or 4 of the 4 wouldn't come out.
And 2 of them, they did come out. The other one, the head came off. There was only one with the head. So instead of
Well, that was my learning curve. So I ripped the head off of a screw, figuring it out. Once I figured it out, the others popped right out without damage.
So instead of having 8 total screws for 2 hard drives, 7. One
But
hard
you-
drive is just missing a screw. That's all.
But you don't even need those on a solid state drive. If you just put a screw in opposite corners, you're good to go. But my understanding was you didn't like that, and you went and bought some little screws and replaced them.
Well, I was going to buy them individually, but come to find out they were too expensive individually, so I went to Amazon and bought a box of the whole assortment.
Oh, all right.
And I think the whole box probably cost $2 more than just buying 3 screws.
And a guy like you, you'll use, there'll be other little projects I'm sure you can utilize
Like I
those.
said, if you need some small screws, I've got them.
Well, I'll keep that in mind. Lyle, look at this. He is just really,
Hey, Harry.
let's see. Come here, Lyle. Lyle, you want this box? Oh my goodness. Oh. Is this your power supply? You want this power supply? You need the power, boy? Look at those teeth.
Power bite.
What are you going to do with it? Oh, there he goes. I could watch this all day. Could you make a little more noise?
You're lucky they like boxes instead of furniture.
For sure. For sure. But you notice the German Shepherd, Jimmy, he likes playing with dog toys. And Lyle, he likes playing with empty boxes.
Yeah.
These personalities on these animals are just crazy.
You know, I had a Clumber Spaniel. If you got him a squeaky toy, within 35 seconds he would have that squeaky removed out of it.
Oh yeah, these guys disembowel their toys all the time. Oh yeah. All right, let me just take a quick look in the chat here. And
I gotta move up so I can see it.
they want to know if that's a Millennium Falcon sitting on my microwave.
Oh,
Yes, it is. I like to have all
Who was
kinds
the
of
original pilot of the Millennium Falcon? I can't remember.
Lando Calrissian.
Hmm?
It was Lando Calrissian's ship, and he lost it in a game of Sabak. Is Lyle half cat? That's what I think. I think he might be half cat. Not sure which half. Try and adjust the camera the way it was. All right, well, should we get you set up with your computer and send you on your way?
Whatever you can do and want to do without disrupting whatever you're doing.
Well, I'm at a good stopping point right now. So let's get you taken care of. And
I'm surprised that this, you said 4 years ago.
yeah, over
Till
4
today-
years ago.
Till today, the specs are very close to same. That-
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you get a new computer,
Uh-huh.
you know,
Yeah.
that, and
Well, let me know when you're
8
ready to put an
years.
NVMe drive in there. Although you may not notice much performance difference. You still have upgrades you could do if you want to make it go even faster than it's going now.
I never even realized I had that ability
Yeah.
in a computer.
Mark Drope Sr. just contributed $2. Thank you, Mark. Troll McTrollington says, Lyle is half Siberian wildcat.
Is that right, Lyle?
Okay, so yeah, let's get you taken care of, and then
Okay.
guys, I will be right back. I'm gonna help Martin out.
Don't
Get his.
go away.
We're gonna get his computer loaded up in the car, and chat amongst yourselves. I'll be back here in just a moment. Okay, that's done. All right, I guess I can move some of this stuff. Is this upsetting to you, Lyle? Am I cleaning up your toys? All right, Lincoln Young has contributed $5. He says, hey, Kerry, thank you for the excellent tutorial videos. Keep up the great work ethic and honesty. Thank you, Lincoln, for supporting the channel and helping to keep me free of sponsorships. Is Lincoln a moderator? Well, he is now. Roger Halls contributed $7.77. Thank you to Roger. And let me just go through and make sure I haven't missed any other contributions here. It looks like I might have missed a few. Tony Wallow contributed $2.99. Glenn Davies contributed $2 Australian. Ken Clark has contributed $5 and says, when installing 32 gigs of RAM, would you use 4 sticks of 8 or 216? Oh, already addressed that earlier. Eduardo Terran has contributed 20 Mexican peso. He says he's got an i7-9600k on a gigabyte H370M DS3H motherboard that runs very well. I have no doubt. It's a good motherboard and a good chip. James Griffin has contributed $5 and says, I love catching live streams on my lunch break at work. It's freezing here in Alaska, negative 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Whew, that sounds a little bit chilly. Novice Anglers contributed £5 and said, I'm a novice builder and a novice angler apparently, and having great tips from your builds. Thanks, Kerry. Well, thank you. Thanks again for supporting the channel. Who else we got in here? I think we're all caught up. Edwards25671 has contributed £1.99. Sharon Idle contributed £1 1p. Thank you, Sharon. I think I got everybody caught up now. Hopefully I didn't leave anybody out. Just want to look one more time. If you think your video looks kind of blurry, what resolution are you watching YouTube in? If you click the little gear icon in the lower right corner of any YouTube video, there's a little gear. Tell me what resolution it's set to before you tell me it's blurry. I think once you realize you've got it set to a low resolution and correct that, you won't have a blurry video anymore. All right, let's see here. I'm ready to put the motherboard into the case, and we do have modular cables, so plugging in that 8-pin connector wasn't going to be an issue either way. And I'm going to go ahead and put the motherboard in now just the way it is, and then we'll put the heatsink on after that. Or no, we'll put the 8-pin power cable on and the motherboard power cable on, and then I'll put the heatsink on. And yeah, I think that's the way I want to do it. It'll be easier for me that way. All right, let's see here. Bring this down like so. So again, if I had an overhead camera or if I have Mitch here filming, we get these shots. It's very difficult for me to film this. Even when there's an overhead camera, it's very dark in the case and very hard to see. So I'm just going to put screws into the mounting holes of the board. Always make sure the standoffs on your case align with holes on the motherboard. Count the number of holes your motherboard has, count the number of standoffs you have. If one is greater than the other one, fix it. You don't want a standoff behind your motherboard that you can't see that might be shorting out your motherboard and causing the smoke to come out of it, because you know they run on smoke, and if you let the smoke out, it doesn't work anymore. No, seriously, it's a very simple thing to check. Now, because I've used this motherboard so many times and I've used this case more times than I can count, I already know the way Corsair preps the case right out of the box. I don't have to move any standoffs. The motherboard's ready to go. So I'm just going to gently set this in. And I will give this a little rotation so you can watch. What I want to do is line up the I/O ports here with the I/O shield. And I want to be cautious of that particular grounding strap that always embarrasses me. I'll make sure the grounding strap is not going to get pulled down by the I/O port. So right about there is going to look, yeah, that looks right to me. So once all of these ports are aligned correctly, I push the board this way, and it should seat down on the center standoff, which has a post that'll go through one of the motherboard mounting holes and hold the motherboard in position for us so that we don't have to worry about, having to keep putting pressure on the board as we put the mounting screws in. And I just want to double check to make sure the grounding strap did not bend down it's over this red USB port right here. And we're clear. Everything looks good. It's lined up really, really well in there. And we need, how many screws do we need on this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 screws. One, two, well, see, I should have tightened that. I'm going to have to move the board a little bit. It's just a little bit. I need to push the board in a little bit more on the top side to get that screw, the mounting hole to line up with the standoff underneath of it. Where is it? I got to keep pressure on it to do this, so it's a little bit of an acrobatic act. Got it. All right, that should be all 5. Let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. And I'll show you what that looks like right now. There's our motherboard installed. And I'm done with all of these screws. That should be all of the hardware mounting that we need for that. And we can put these screws away. Now, one of the things I can do right now is I can anticipate I'm going to need to do some wire management before I put the fan on. So I can just leave the fan the way it comes from the factory, the way this cable is, and just use a couple of the nylon zip ties here and hold it in that position permanently so that when I go to put the fan on after the heatsink is on, which is a little tighter now that it's in the case, it would be virtually impossible for me to do any cable management without taking the fan off. So we'll just do that now. You want all the wire ties in your system removed, regardless if it's something you're using or not, because they do get brittle and break over time. And then they'll have a piece of wire floating around inside your computer that, if it gets behind your motherboard or short circuits something, can cause a lot of damage. So at the very least, just get those wire ties out of there for safety's sake. And then these wire hangers will go on onto the fan like this. The people buying these systems, especially with the Mugen 5s, they are absolutely in love with their computers. And the people I've heard back from, the viewers that have used Mugen 5s, there have been a couple of viewers that moved away from liquid cooling and put the Mugen 5 and found that the Mugen 5 was actually cooling their processor better than the liquid cooler they had, and it was quieter. And it cost them less money, and it was easier to install, and there was less cable management. They're very, very happy with that. So if you're thinking about it, that's what others have had to say. It's not just me. People get so easily manipulated by marketing. So when you have a big company with a lot of marketing money, they can pay to have reviews done and to have their name become ubiquitous. It doesn't matter that they have a better product or not. It's a matter that you've heard of them, you've seen good reviews about them, but did you ever stop to think about how those reviews happened? Most websites and YouTube channels only review what's sent to them for free. If you're a smaller company and you can't afford to send out a lot of product for free, then you don't get all that attention, and perhaps people will say your product is not as good because they never heard of you before, and it can't be as good because you're half the price. Scythe is an incredible value in cooling when you look at what competitors charge for their coolers and the complexity of installing them. Scythe hits all the marks. The difference where they're being devalued is they're just not a well-known name in the United States, and that's to the advantage of those of us in the know. Names are generally created through marketing. The popularity is generally happening through marketing. It is not necessarily just something going natural, virally natural on its own because it's such a good product. It is contrived and created by the corporations. It's going to sound like a hippie, but that's just how it's done. You spend enough money to promote it, and you get enough positive reviews from it, and you just create this momentum that you can do no wrong, and that's how big brands get established to charge you excessive amounts of money for the same thing, like Gucci or Coach or Michael Kors or Rolls-Royce or Bentley or Rolex. They establish through marketing a momentum that is forcibly created by spending enough money, and they make a good enough product, but it doesn't necessarily make it the best product. And why some people will buy some items is for that brand recognition, to try to impress other people. When it comes to a computer, for me it's all about being practical. I want the best product. I don't care who makes it. I want the best product for the price. And I don't see anybody coming close to an air cooler at this price range that's this easy to install and runs the chips as cool as they run. So why are they not a sponsor? Be a good sponsor to have. Maybe in 2020 we'll bring them on board. I'd be very happy to be associated with Scythe and their products. Now we do have a fan header right up here in this corner, and this will be a good time to attach our rear case fan before we start messing around in that corner. And the first thing I can do is, again, use these nylon zip ties to wire manage that extra cable that we're going to have on that rear case fan. And we do that now, we got a lot more room to work in here right now. That's going to go up here, so we can pretty much get this as short as we can possibly get it and wire tie it that way, and it should remain pretty well hidden. I want to do this. See, if it's a long cable, we only need to go that far. So we can wire manage by wrapping this as tight as we can get it, as close to the fan. Then we don't have to worry about the cable, falling into the fan and causing it to not spin. And it just looks a lot better. And again, even though this case has no case window, it certainly makes it a lot easier to work on it in the future if they want to replace a fan or get in there and change a component, to not have a rat's nest of cables you've got to dig through to get to where you want to go. How do I want to do this? I don't want to do it that way. This is even a little easier if I take the fan out and just work with it in my hands altogether, rather than working on it inside of the case. It just kind of depends how particular you are over your cable management. I think I can get by with this though. You know what? I think I will take it out. I'm struggling a little too much in there, and because it's going such a short distance, I really want to make that cable as short as possible. So we'll just quickly remove this fan. I'm going to put it in exactly the way it came out, with the cable up at the top. And then all I want to do, well, I've got it out here, it's just a lot easier for me to make this much tighter. The more cable we've got to wrap, the harder it is to get it all aligned neatly. I'm spending way too much time on this. Just having a hard time. Well, I guess I'm just going to have to bunch it up. I didn't really want to bunch it. So I don't have a choice, it seems. It doesn't want to stay neatly folded on top itself. So that's all right. We'll just improvise. See, that's all the cable we needed out of all that they gave us. And we'll Just cut the little pigtail off of there and off of there. And it went back in just like that on the other side. Oops. There it is. Now I can go back over here and just plug the cable right up on the top. Just like that. Nice clean install right there. That's what I'm talking about. Nice clean look. Winston Ang Lewis contributed $2 Canadian. Hey, thank you, Winston. Glenn Davies has contributed $2 Australian. Did you ever study music or learn an instrument? When I was in elementary school, I was playing the flute one year and the clarinet the next year. So, you know, the chicks were all over me. Michael Dane contributed $5. He says, go get Lyle some boxes to play with. Oh, there's no shortage of boxes in this house, not with the number of parts we're doing, the number of builds we're doing lately. Chris Chase said, I've learned a lot from Carrie's videos over the last year or so. I've built 2 of my own PCs and fixed several others. That's what I'm talking about. I got 1080 on the resolution and 1,080 people watching live now. There we go. Couldn't make that up. And now it says 1,079. Cool. Lost one. Here we go. With the board installed and the rear case fan installed, the next thing I want to do is put that 8-pin power connector on, and we'll run that down to the power supply. So in this bundle of cables we've got the power cable, we've got this adapter, we're not going to use that. We've got a SATA power cable that we'll need for the DVD drive, but we won't need any more, which they give us several, along with Molex connectors we won't use. This will be for the graphics card. We'll need to power the graphics card. This is the 8-pin power cable. This is the motherboard power cable. And the rest are extra cables which we can use, or the customer rather, can use at some point if they need to during a future upgrade or addition to the system. And then we'll take all these extra cables and we'll just put them right here in this bag. Set that over here with the documentation and the other stuff we don't need anymore. And now, let's see. We'll take these 2 cables, main motherboard power and CPU power. and we'll get those hooked up right now. And I'm feeling really short with that camera pointing so far up. Let's get that a little more zoomed in. So we'll turn the case around here and we'll put the split end of the cable up through that hole. Bring this back around. And now I can very easily plug that into the board right now. The clips will be pushed together so that this two 4-pin connector becomes one large 8-pin connector. For some reason, they made one cable longer than the other one. That's going to make life a little harder than it needed to be to get these plugged in. Sometimes it won't let you plug in one at a time, but it actually worked better plugging it in one at a time with this configuration. I just want to push that slack out the back jack. Bring this cable down here and plug it into the back of the power supply. That'll be designated as PCIe or CPU, it might say. Let me take a quick look with a flashlight and see where it is back here. So that's the motherboard connector, and then it says CPU 1. So this is going to go on CPU 1. Oh, and the clip goes down. Goes down, Carrie. Like so. Nice. And now the big motherboard power connector. Rudiger Luthi has contributed $2. He says, hey, Carrie, Lyle, and Jimmy. Well, hello, Rudiger. All right. So for this connector, we run the two smaller connectors here on the back of the power supply. On the top row, it's these first two. There's no other connectors that look like this, so you can't get it wrong. They only plug in one place. They only fit one place. And when you plug these in, I generally push and wiggle left and right until I hear them click. There's one. There goes the other one. And then we'll bring it through this hole just to hide the cable as much as possible. We want to come up to this connector here, which means we want to bring it in through this hole here. And I want to make sure everything remains untangled from each other as much as possible to make our cable management when we're done will be a lot easier than having to reroute the wires again if we can get it right the first time. Yeah, that's on there. Now we can put the heatsink on, and so to prep for that, the first thing I want to do is put thermal compound on there. And what I'm going to do, first of all, is grab a glove. Dr. Carey is ready to see you. Please disrobe. No, you know what? Don't. Some people don't have a sense of humor, so I'm afraid they might take me seriously. I'm ready. Now, I'm going to zoom in the camera a little bit so you can see my thermal compound application method. You don't have to do it my way, and I don't have to do it your way. Agreed? Agreed. Now normally, you want to do this with the case laying flat, not upright. But normally you wouldn't be making a video for 1,000 people to watch. And if I lay it flat, you won't be able to see what I'm doing. This is a nitrile glove, not a rubber glove, not a latex glove. We want an anti-static glove. It's pretty thin. I think this is 3 mils, 3/millionths of an inch. And what I want to do is finger paint the top of the internal heat spreader of the CPU so that I can't read it. It's a nice coating of paint. I'm going to tap on it. And the reason I'm tapping on it is it creates little mountains and valleys that when we apply the pressure from the heatsink, will smash that out and prevent air bubbles. And you'll see I got a little bit on the frame, and I can use one of the clean fingers on the glove to just kind of wipe the frame clean. Not that anybody's ever going to see it. That's pretty good, huh? I'd say that is a proper thermal compound application method. And the glove, which now has all those messy fingertips on it, can be removed, folded inside out, and we can put that in the garbage can. And I have no doubt that I have 100% coverage of that heat spreader. I don't have to worry by putting a grain of rice or whatever and smashing it down that it cover the whole thing. Remember, there's a GPU under there too, so it's not just the middle you got to worry about these days. You want the entire heat spread covered. Now when it comes to applying the heat sink, I will have to set this down on its side, which isn't going to give you much of a view, and I apologize for that. But I do have lots and lots of other videos showing this install with nice close-ups. But what we're going to do is remove this bottom tape that again is protecting the surface from getting any contamination. So we remove that only when we're ready to install. You'll notice there's a screw that sticks out at one side. That goes towards your RAM. So this is going to go in this direction. So the screw that's kind of underneath the heatsink here, that's going to be towards the back of the case closest to the I/O shield. And we're just going to gently set that right on top of the CPU. And then we're going to use the enclosed driver to give each screw just a couple turns to get them both started here. And then now that they're both started, we'll give them equal turns and try and tighten it. We don't want to tighten one side and then the other. It could lead to some warpage. So turn that one a little bit. Now we'll come over here. Turn that one a little bit. Come over here. Come back over here and just keep going back and forth. Back over. And these screws on the Mugen 5 actually come to a complete dead stop. You don't have to wonder how tight should I make them. Once they're down to the point where they're supposed to be, they just won't turn anymore. They lock. And that's what it's going to look like when you're done. And the reason the screwdriver is included is because you've got the one screw which is exposed, super easy to get to right there, but you still have to be above the heatsink in order to be able to turn it, or you'll be running your knuckles into the side of that and potentially damaging those fins. Then the other screw, there's a hole in the top of the heatsink, and the driver that Mugen includes goes right into that hole, and it's going to perfectly align with that screw underneath. And the screwdriver is long enough to enable you to do that. It's also magnetized. And it's a good screwdriver, so after you're done with your PC build, put it in your toolbox. You can use it to do work around the house. Or if you've never built a PC before, open your cooler box and take this out. And you can build your whole PC with it, minus the little tiny screws that are used on the M2 drives. That you need a number 1 Phillips for. This is a number 2 Phillips. or preferably on those screws, use the GIS screwdriver. Like I've got all of that in the Amazon store of all the tools that I use in my builds. And you can buy the exact same tools I'm using. Now I can hook up the front port umbilicals and we're ready to give this baby its first test fire and see if the smoke comes out. What do you say? You ready? Are you excited? Does this ever get old? No, it's always fun. I'm just putting the thermal compound in the bag, in the Ziploc bag with the other extra cooler parts there. That'll go back to the customer. And yeah, super easy. We look around at the back. We've got this big USB 3.0 cable right here. Nothing looks quite like it. It only plugs in one place. Some motherboards will give you two places to plug it in. It's typically, there'll be a spot or two here, or there might be one spot here, one spot down there, or one spot down there but not up here. Depends on the board. And we can bring the cable in right here. We just brought it in. It only goes in one direction. It's got a little notch in it that aligns with the socket, the slot in the socket, and it just locks in just that easily. And then we've got the front port audio cable, which is this round cable here. And it says HD audio right on that cable. And it's going to go back into this, somewhere in this corner, depending on the board. So I want this cable to run as close as I can get to that corner to hide it as much as possible. So it looks like right about there is about as far as I'm going to be able to get. And then you'll have to see it, right? And on this motherboard, where it's going to go is where it says F audio, which is the very last connector on the bottom. There's a pin missing and there's a pin blocked. So you got to make sure the blocked pin and the missing pin are aligned. In some cases it goes up, in some cases it goes down. With this motherboard, the blocked pin is on the bottom row. With other motherboards, the blocked or missing pin will be on the top row. It's not always the same, so you got to pay attention to that. But that prevents you from plugging the cable in upside down. The last four cables we've got before we can do our test fire are basically the power switch, reset switch, hard drive LED, and power LED, which are super easy to put in. We'll just bring them all down in this little wire management hole right here. And let's see, which cable do I grab first? This is the hard drive LED. And let's see if I can get you a little close-up of what I'm doing down there. This way. Here we go. So you see how these are different colors? You see there's blue down there, and then there's green and red. So the blue is the hard drive LED, the green is the power LED, the red is the power switch, and that darker green there, that is reset switch. So we're just using the first four pins along the bottom row, starting from this left side, and the top four pins. And that's it. We don't use any more of this connector for this build. So looking at that, we can look at these connectors. And we'll start with the hard drive LED, which is right here, hard drive LED. That says hard drive LED. There's a little arrow indicator on the bottom of it. And that little arrow, if you can barely see it, it's right at the tip of it there, indicates the positive side. So in that case, for the positive cable, it's got to be at the last pin on the bottom row, the positive. So that means we turn the connector upside down to align and push it on those first two pins on the bottom row. That's the hard drive LED. Above that, we can place the power LED. So again, looking through these remaining cables. We've got one that's split here. One is positive, one is negative. On the power LED, put the power cable that's positive, the power LED positive cable, above, directly above the hard drive LED positive cable. And the negative above the negative. So it goes on the same 2 pins just above the hard drive LED. So that's your power LED and your hard drive LED. We only have 2 cables left. This one right here is the reset switch. Now there's no positive or negative even though it's labeled as such. Reset switch can go on either 180 degrees one way or the other. And it goes right on the next 2 pins beside the hard drive LED. And then just above that, beside the power LED, is the power switch. So you see all 4 cables, right like so. And we are ready to turn this bad boy on and see if smoke comes out. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. I'm not going to hook up the graphics card yet, because that's another point of failure, potentially. We want to make sure that we've got the bare minimum to turn the system on. When we do our test fire, we want to make sure that we don't have extraneous items hooked up that could be causing a boot failure or a failure to start. So that means no flash drives, no network. All we want is keyboard, mouse, power, and monitor. And if you don't mind, I'm going to use your monitor at home on this first boot. We've got 1,114 people watching, so you can say you know a guy who has 1,114 monitors plugged into his computer. If you've never seen this before, it's pretty cool. But I'm going to virtually use your monitor. Oh, I got to put the fan on the heatsink, don't I? I put the heatsink on. I'm like, what is this fan? Oh, I better put that on. So this goes on super easy. I want to put it on in this direction, like this. And I'm looking for the fan header. The fan header is right there. There we go. I'm just anxious. Look at me. I'm ready to go. We'll align that so it's straight. There's the one side. There's the other side. Yeah, perfect. Now I can plug it in. Make sure the switch on the power supply is in the off position before we plug anything in, just to be extra safe. We need a keyboard and a mouse, which I've got right over here. And I'll just set those, I'll put those right here. There's the keyboard. I got the dongle for the mouse in the mouse right here. It's held on magnetically. Turn the switch on. We'll use a USB 2.0 port up here at the top, one of the black ones. And then I need a HDMI cable, which I have right here. And we'll go right to the back of the motherboard using the onboard graphics that are included with the Intel CPU. And then we'll go back to the capture card to the back of your monitor at home. You guys watching, going right to the back of your monitor right now. Okay. You guys ready? Here we go. I'm going to power this thing up. And we'll see if we get a power on self-test. We can check our BIOS version. So I'll start by just minimizing or shrinking down myself. I'll stay with you here while we do this so you can see what I'm doing. And let's see, we'll turn on camera 2, which is your screen. And I'm going to just reach over here, hit this power button. Well, let me turn the switch on first. Now I will hit this power button. Power lights up, fan is turning, red light just came on down here. And leave it alone as it evaluates the memory we just put in it and the CPU we just put in it, and it adjusts. This could take up to a minute, 90 seconds. It may even turn off and back on again a couple of times. In this case, it happened relatively quick. We've got our boot screen. It's adjusted something. It's reset itself. There's the boot screen again. It's now shut itself off a second time. So it's going to bring up the boot screen again, or not the boot screen, but the power on self-test screen in just a moment. This is all normal. In the first boot up, it's adjusting to the hardware we've installed. And it seems to be taking a little longer. That's normal. And it looks like we're going to go a fourth time. And finally, it's trying to boot. And it's finding out there's nothing to boot to, and it takes us right into the BIOS. Now, the version of BIOS that we have on the system is F14. I'm not quite sure what the latest version is. We can check. I think you need F13 or newer to recognize the 9th gen CPU. So if you buy this board and you have an older board that doesn't have the latest BIOS, you'll need an older CPU to update the BIOS before you can use the 9th gen on it. These boards, all the ones I bought have always had the latest BIOS on them, so they appear to be moving quite well through inventory. However, if you get a machine that won't boot and you're using a 9th gen, it may be because you have an older BIOS, and you will need to borrow a chip or get a chip from somebody in order to flash the BIOS and get it updated. So be aware of that potential. Everybody says F14 is the latest version. Thank you for that. So what I can do now is I can grab my Windows 10 installation media, which I have a video that shows you how to make a flash drive with Windows 10 installation for free. We'll plug that into one of the blue USB ports. We'll hit the reset button, see if that works. And now the machine should try and boot to anything, right? It'll try and boot to either the drives, and eventually it'll try the USB drive, all by itself without me having to press any keys or buttons to direct it. And you'll see there's the Windows installation startup, and we'll just grab a mouse and click Next. Hit Install Now. I want to look and see if the hard drive LED is blinking on and off, and it is. So we've hooked up all the front switches. We've checked power switch, reset switch, power LED is on, and the hard drive LED is working. So we've done all those connectors correctly. I always double check that. Whenever I install Windows 10, I always select I do not have a product key. And then I manually tell it which product key I have. It's going to be for Windows 10 Pro in my case. I hit Next. And then I'm going to hit accepting the license agreement and hit Next. And I always choose custom install on a brand new install. Now it says, do you want to go to drive 0 or drive 1? Drive 0 we can tell is the 1 terabyte drive. Drive 1 is the 2 terabyte drive. And we know that that 1 terabyte drive is the faster one. That's where we want Windows to go. And we hit Next. And now it's going to automatically make multiple partitions, format those partitions, and install Windows 10 while we wait. So while that's happening, I'll give you guys, see what I'm missing here in the chat. Yeah, don't worry about the date and time. That will self-correct. Once Windows is installed and we connect up the internet, then we'll hit Windows Update and it will self-adjust the date and time for us. So you can do it in the BIOS if you want to, but it'll just happen automatically on its own, so why waste the effort? Hugh Wong has contributed $2. He says, great video, Kerry. Thank you, Hugh. Matt Foster contributes £2. He says F14 is the latest. Did I say that already? Thank you, Matt. And Matt Foster contributed £2 and said, Dr. Kerry is ready for you. That's right. I'm just looking through the comments to see we'll see what I missed here. Okay, I think I'm caught up. If you guys have any questions for me, this will be the time to ask. While we're waiting for Windows to complete its install, we're just doing the first reboot now. You'll see Windows 10 installs quickly on this machine, and the microphone is not picking up any noise from fans because there is no noise coming from the fans. This thing is dead quiet. It's gonna be a really nice build. Doing a second boot automatically. United States will be the region. Oh, wrong mouse, Carrie. United States will be the region. We want a US keyboard layout, no secondary keyboard layout. You don't want to hook it up to the internet now. I said no. What name do we want to put on this? That's a good question. I cannot remember. Well, I think what I'm going to do is we're just going to put in the word user. That's a good generic name we can use. Click next, no password, no device history, no digital assistant, and we'll turn off everything but location settings so that date and time will be set for us automatically. And while that's running, I guess I can go grab an Ethernet cable. Since all of that's working, before I worry about installing a Wi-Fi card or installing the graphics card, let's make sure Windows installs correctly without any errors. And that includes getting all the latest Windows updates. So I'll grab my spare Ethernet cable here and we'll get this thing plugged in now that we've gone this far. So far, so good. I'm done with this installation media. We can pull that and put it away. As soon as I plug this in, Microsoft's going to want us to create a Microsoft account. They hound the heck out of you about that. See? Skip for now. Now let's hit Windows Update. Now keep in mind, Windows 10 is intelligent enough to realize it's out of date, it needs updates, and it's not going to wait on you to check for updates. It's already doing it in the background. So when I manually do it, combined with the fact that it's already happening, it's not telling me, but it's happening in the background, we're going to see some updates fail. And those updates that are failing are the ones it's already grabbing before I had a chance to tell it to grab. So they'll give this just a minute, and while that's happening, I'm going to take some of these boxes out to the recycle bin. Let's see how we're doing in here. Said some updates failed. That's what I mentioned. It's duplicating some of the updates. So we'll just hit retry. John Kennedy says, Carrie built a computer for me 7 years ago, and it still runs like a clock. Right on, John. Okay, we're going to go ahead and let that install. I'm going to step away again for a moment. I'll be right back. Still going. Dale Martin says, Carrie, I like your vids. It makes me want to start building again. I'm 78 years young. Right on, Dale. What's stopping you? Totally do that. Well, we're ready for a reboot. Good, good, good. Tony Watto has contributed $3.99. Thank you, Tony. All right, now that we've rebooted, we'll go back and check Windows updates one more time. Chester Hughes has contributed $2. Thank you, Chester. And Jesse Kirk contributed $5. And of course, a thank you to Jesse Kirk for his continued support and contributions to the channel. I appreciate that very much. All right, so we'll go back to Windows updates. And you repeat that until Windows Update says there's no more updates. I mean, if you want to know fresh hell, put Windows 7 on and you'll sit there and do this for the next 8 hours. Now I've got some utilities on here we can use and we can put on now, like my optimization tool. Let's see, let me go full screen on my side so I can see what I'm doing. And we'll grab Uncle Carrie's Windows 10 optimizer. We'll put that over there. And let's grab the PC testing software. We're going to need Crystal Disk Mark. We'll test our performance. And Prime 95. HW monitor for Intel systems. We'll grab the Heaven benchmark and throw it over there too. And should have the Samsung stuff on there. Yeah, there's the Samsung Magician installer. Let's put those out there for now. I think that's everything we're going to need. And I'll start by running the optimizer. First, we'll get the flash drive removed. And then we'll run the optimizer. Just double click and hit apply. And that will set all the settings I used to do by hand. It's going to take care of that for us automatically and much faster than I can do it by hand, and I don't have to worry about forgetting anything. And then it's going to need a reboot for those changes to take effect. We should get a good idea how fast this machine's going to boot now. Yeah, I can live with that. And then we'll run the Samsung Magician software, bring that in. That's finished. This will tell us the status of our Samsung drive. We want to make sure it's in NVMe mode in PCI Express PCI Gen 3 by 4. We'll make sure that the firmware update is the latest one. We have the latest version of the software. So that's all good. And when we look at the drive information, we can see that we are running, under the drive details, we are running the Microsoft NVMe driver, which is fine. And we can verify we're in PCIe Gen 3 by 4. But we can make that a little bit better by running Samsung's NVMe driver, by installing that. These are all free downloads from Samsung's website. And this only applies to Samsung solid-state drives. It is not compatible or useful with any other drives. For the NVMe driver to take effect, we've got to restart the computer. Now, Intel also offers their own solid-state drive toolbox and NVMe driver, so we'll want to add those as well. So I'm done with the optimizer, and I'm done with the NVMe driver, and I'm done with the Magician installer. And now we'll bring up the browser. I like to set the default page to Google. The best way to do that is hit these three dots, go to Settings, open Microsoft Edge with a specific page, and we'll enter google.com and hit the little picture of the disk. Gonna have to explain to kids what that is. Then go to Advanced down here and scroll all the way to the bottom for changing the search provider. We'll change that to Google, set as default. And that will automatically appear as an option after you go to google.com. That's why I went to google.com first. Now the next time I open Edge, it'll open to Google, and it'll default search Google instead of Bing. With that, I can now do the Intel SSD NVMe driver. So this is the client NVMe driver right here. And we're going to download that. And then we'll go back and grab the toolbox. Intel solid state drive toolbox right there. And download that. Save it. Now we can run the toolbox or the NVMe, whichever one I just clicked on. Click yes. In fact, let's just close this window. It's getting me confused. I keep seeing that yellow exclamation point. I don't need to set up one drive. Next, yes. And that'll run the SSD toolbox right there, give us the summary of our drive, which we've not formatted or partitioned yet. Why don't we do that now? We can just right-click on the Start button and go right up here to Disk Management. And it should notice we have an unformatted or unpartitioned drive, which it does. Go ahead and leave it at GPT and click OK. And then right-click on the white area, click New Simple Volume. Again, this is something you'll do with a brand new factory fresh drive that's been installed. Click Next, click Next, click Next. Here we can give it a name. We can call this 2 terabyte, I guess would be a good name. I got to use the right keyboard to do that. Make sure Perform a Quick Format is selected and hit Next and Finish. Perfect. There's the contents of the drive. It's empty, obviously. We just formatted it. And if we go to this PC and double click, we'll see we have a C drive and a D drive now. We won't see the D drive until we partition and format. So that would have been invisible just a moment ago, would have ceased to exist. Now I can go ahead and put the NVMe driver on. We'll go to our download section, find the NVMe driver, double click, click yes, next, next, next. And it's going to want to restart when that's done. Once again, for the new NVMe driver to take effect, the computer will have to reboot. I thought. Is it going to reboot? Well, we're going to reboot it anyway. Now when the system comes back up, we'll run Crystal Disk Mark, which is a free piece of software, open source. I think it's open source. But it's free and you can download it. And I download the zip file, so it's just an executable portable file that doesn't need to be installed. And then we can run performance benchmarks on the Samsung drive, which we should see about 3,500 megabytes a second on the sequential reads. And on the Intel drive, which we should see between 1,800 and 2,000. Or actually, it's on the by 4 controller, so we should see around 1,500, 1,600 on the Intel drive. So it's defaulting to the C drive first, which is the Samsung, and we'll run all the tests there. Numbers are looking real good. Almost done with the test on the Samsung drive. Numbers are looking beautiful. 3583 on the sequential reads, 3320 on the sequential writes. And then as soon as this is done, we'll run the same test on the Intel, and we should see numbers at about half that. Maybe around 1600, 1600. Martin Hires is home and joins us in the chat. And he says, the computer works fabulous. Thank you for a job well done. All hooked up, and it's over 4 years old and as good as today's new computer. I love it. Well, thanks for the follow-up, Martin. That's hilarious. I've been sitting here in the kitchen working the whole time, and he's driven all the way home, got the computer unloaded, hooked it all up. Love it. That SSD is a Samsung 970 Evo Plus. It is the fastest NVMe driver for PCIe Gen 3 that you can buy. Again, all the parts for today's build are listed in the video notes below the video, and this is a live video with DVR mode, so you can always rewind the video right now while it's live to see anything you might have missed or forgotten. Tom Scott says this build may run $900 to $1,200. Well, you've got $400 worth of solid state drives, and you've got a $400 CPU. Those are just storage and CPU. I haven't mentioned the RAM, which is another $125. The motherboard's $100. The case is $75. The DVD is about $20, $25. The Wi-Fi card's $100. It'll add up pretty quick. You're looking at about $100 for the power supply. You're probably closer to $2,000 on this build. Okay, that finishes that test there. And you can see all the end results of the different tests that were done on Crystal Diskmark on the Samsung drive. And we can repeat this test now on the Intel drive. So we'll just drop down to select drive D, hit the all button one more time, and we'll try that. See what those numbers look like. Steve Welch contributed $2. He says, keep up the good work, Kerry. Hey, thank you, Steve. Slow Death wants to know if both drivers can run simultaneously for the NVMe, one for Samsung and one for Intel. Yes, they're assigned to each drive individually. Luke says, Martin is one cool person. I agree. I've known Martin, gosh, it's more than 10 years, I guess. He's been ordering computers from me. Not many. They last a long time. But not too many customers you can have for that period of time, you know, when they start crossing the line and becoming friends. Kevin wants to know if you ever use exFAT as the drive format. That's for USB drives, exFAT. That's the external file allocation table. You can certainly, or is it external or is it extended? I can't remember, but just try it yourself and see what works for you. Don't worry about what other people say. Never deny yourself the opportunity to have your own experience. So the numbers are as I expected them to be here on this Intel 2 terabyte solid state NVMe drive. And I'm very happy. Like I said, when I run benchmarks, I'm not doing it to set records. I'm looking to make sure the hardware is performing as it should. Those look like our final numbers pretty much right there on the Intel versus the Samsung. Intel's half the price, runs at half the speed. But they get the best of both worlds on this build, right? Because that way he's got the storage and he's got the speed. And it's a world of difference better than a mechanical hard drive and far more reliable. So with that, we can close this down. That test is complete. And if we bring up the Samsung Magician software, you'll see that the NVMe driver is still Samsung right here. So it assigns each driver to each drive individually, or to each controller, I should say. That's just basic OS operation 101. Now, what I'm going to do is shut the machine down, and we can put the graphics card in it, and we'll run the benchmarks with Heaven, and we can even do Cinebench if we want to do that. Let's see if we go full screen here. And then we can run the Prime 95 test. I want to make sure the graphics card's in it when I do that. So we'll make sure the power is switched to the off position before we start plugging or unplugging any devices onto the motherboard. I've got the Wi-Fi card to add, which I will do later, because that won't affect any benchmarking or anything. For this build, we've got a 1660 Ti. Let me bring that a little closer so you can see it. It's a very reasonably priced card at 300 bucks. Yeah, I said it. 300 is reasonable these days. I used to have a rule I wouldn't spend more than $100 on a graphic card, but that was before I was doing any video editing. So there is, or rather that was when I started, very much started with standard definition video editing. So right now, 300 bucks is a decent price, and it's a pretty good card for what you get. And when you compare price for performance, it sits right in a good value line. Not so much on like an RTX 2080, you pay a lot to not get much back considered, compared to a 2070 or a 2070 Ti. Let's see what's in here. Graphics card, I hope. Some documentation. Empty box. Packing, more packing. And more packing. Well, it's an anti-static bag, but still. Which they folded one way and then folded another way. Well, it should be fresh, right? On the card itself, it's going to have this, first of all, it's good that it's not a big, heavy card, so I'm not worried about that in shipping as much as a bigger, larger card. We've got this plastic on it that's got to come off. Pretty. You can hook up the 3 monitors at the same time. There's DVI, HDMI, and DisplayPort back there. And then there's a little protective cover over the PCI slot, and there's a nice backplate on this too. It's a really nice graphics card. And you know with EVGA, they're going to back it up. If you ever have any problems with it, they're there for you. They got your back. And so if that card costs a few dollars more than competitors, I would gladly pay it for the peace of mind that I will likely never need help with it, never have a problem, and in the rare circumstance that I might, that EVGA will be there to take care of me. They always have. And as long as they continue to do that, I will continue to recommend them. Oh, I just realized they, EVGA put a little cover right over this edge here, I guess so it doesn't tear into the packaging is my guess why they did that. I just noticed it as I put the card in. So we'll take that little cover off of there. Try this again. There it goes. And now we'll plug the HDMI cable down onto the graphics card, right there, and we'll grab our power cable, and we'll give the card some power. We can fire the machine back up, load the NVIDIA driver, and then run some more benchmarks on the system. Make sure everything's working as it should, and then that'll wrap up today's video, I think. I will add the Wi-Fi card later, and then I will do the cable management later, of course. So just one 8-pin power connector is all it's going to take. And it'll go back here on the back of the power supply where it says, it should say VGA. I got to grab a flashlight to look in there now. SATA, yeah, VGA, right on the other side. And I'll worry about cleaning up that cable later. Let's fire it back up. Switch back to the on position first, and then we'll switch over to camera 2. So right now, Windows 10 is going to automatically attempt to load the driver for us, but it's probably not going to be the latest driver because NVIDIA likes to come out with a driver every 4 days or some ridiculous schedule. So the driver that Microsoft Update has is probably going to be a little outdated. So we can go over to NVIDIA.com, even though that driver is probably installing in the background. Click on this little 3 lines here, go to drivers, GeForce drivers, and this is a GTX 16 series. It is a 1660 Ti, is that what I said it was? Let's start search. Yeah, it's a 1660 Ti. There's our latest driver, released on the 6th of January, so just released 4 days ago. What a coincidence, huh? We'll hit save. Should grab that pretty quick. And let's run it. No, they don't actually come out with a new driver every 4 days. It just feels like it. It's about every 2 to 3 weeks there's a new driver out. So as I was installing the new driver, Windows Update finished installing the automatic driver that it put on. You can tell the screen resolution got refined and the little pop-up came up on the right side, lower right side. It says there's exactly 1,000 people watching. That's pretty crazy. Somebody comes or goes, they ruin it. It's exactly 1,000. Let's click close. And then we're going to reboot the machine. Even though it doesn't require it, I want to reboot it one more time before I start any benchmarking on the graphics. So we'll just hit restart on here real quick. Perfect. And let's get the benchmarking software installed. Let's start with Prime 95. Rochester, New York 87 contributed $20. He says, Carrie, just wanted to send you a little something for answering my email yesterday about the X399 RAID 0. Thought I had it all figured out with a driver issue. Ended up being Samsung's NVMe driver. Yeah, you don't want to. So the Samsung Magician and the Samsung drivers only work with a single drive. The minute you go to RAID, it no longer recognizes the hard drive anymore. Because remember, it's tricking the system by using RAID, by using multiple hard drives and reporting that it is one drive. There is no such drive. You're creating it out of multiple drives, and therefore individual drivers and software for RAID have to be designated to be used for RAID. You cannot use the standalone software. That can only be used for standalone drives. Now let's take a look at, oh, and thank you for the contribution. Let's take a look at getting this installed here. Let's go full screen projector. Thomas Robinson's contributed £1.99. Thank you, Thomas. Heaven benchmark. Here we go. Let's get this installed. Fire it up. There we go. So while that's loading, I will just put camera 1 on in the corner. Give me just a second and we'll make that a little smaller. And we'll hit, I guess it's F9 to start the benchmark. There we go. We can start looking at those numbers. Okay, now if you have some questions, I'd be happy to address them while we wait for the benchmark to complete. I can hear the fan kick up a little bit on the graphics card. And we are drawing from the wall, let's see, 182 watts. So all these people that tell you need 600 watts, 700 watts, 800 watts, probably overestimating grossly. However, for most builds today, I like to use between 500 and 650 on most builds with or without a GPU. I might as well grab my stopwatch because we'll do Prime 95 after this. Here in the motherboard box, I can start putting away the customer's documentation while we're waiting, and the extra parts. Corsair puts their instructions in a bag. It's really annoying for the case. SATA cable we're going to need, and the power cable we're going to need to hook up the DVD drive a bit later. And then this is the Asus real fast Wi-Fi card. You better make sure you got a real fast, expensive router if you want to take advantage of the high speeds. Of course, it'll work with old, slow routers, but what's the point of spending that kind of money if you're not going to take advantage of what it can do? So that will all go in later. And then I've got this little box and stuff here. It can get thrown away, I suppose. Go back into the recycle bin on this stuff. There's your benchmark numbers right there. 156 frames per second, score 3931. Close that, quit that. So this we will close and then bring up, let's see, I don't need that folder anymore because I installed. And I don't need that folder anymore because we're done with measuring the drive performance, and that leaves this and this. Everything else can stay. We'll start the hardware monitor up, and we can monitor the temps of the CPU right now, which looks like it's currently at 32. The max it's seen is 46 since we started the software. Now let's go ahead and start Prime 95, and let's get this thing cooking. Click OK. And start the timer. And we'll let this run for 15 minutes and see where it's at. We'll close that to get it out of the way, and we want to be able to see this one, so we'll move it over here. And let me just move all this stuff up a little bit. Okay, so we're running all the cores at 100% workload. This first column explains the temperature of each core and its current value. The middle row here is the lowest temperature it's measured while we started the software. And then to the far right, what I want to keep an eye on is I never want to see any of these numbers hit above 85. And my experience with this setup is that we'll be lucky to see anything over 70. We'll be unlucky, depending on how you look at it. We're only 1 minute into this test, and we're going to have this run at least 15 minutes, and we'll see how it progresses. As long as it stays it stays at 85 or under during the entire testing process, then I can rest assured no matter what this customer does with this computer when they receive it, they're not going to have a heating problem with it. This is a very unrealistic test. It's an extraordinary workload, which does not represent reality. So if the computer can get through this ridiculously overburdened workload without overheating, then of course it'll be fine with whatever the customer wants to do with it. Except overclocking. All bets are off with overclocking. Am I going to do the superposition test? No, I don't think so. And the reason is we're running about 5 minutes to 5. I like to wrap up at 5, and we're only less than 3 minutes into this test. So by the time I run this for 15 minutes, I'm going to be past my projected end date or end time for the video. But we know it's going to run. I was curious on the superposition when running an RTX card specifically, which is why I ran it the other day. I will run more extensive testing on higher end builds, but for this build, this is a standard build. It's going to be used for a little bit of everything, and so we want to just do the sort of generic testing to make sure as best I can that it's running everything the way it's supposed to before I ship it out. It goes to Oregon, I think, so it's a long way to ship it back if there's a problem. So we're going to make sure as best I can that everything's running as it should, and then beyond that, I was just noticing there's like a cut in this box. Does the top half come off? What's up with that? Well, maybe it's just the way they made it look. Anyway, yeah, so no, I'm not going to run superposition today. I'm running out of time. Four minutes into the test, temps are still staying nice and low, and the system is whisper quiet. Now, I still have to hook up the front case fan as well. I will hook up the DVD drive. I will install the Wi-Fi card, and then I will do the cable management. And then I will film what that looks like all completed, all nice and neat. And then that will be tacked on to the end of this build video when it's edited all together, so you guys know. Silver Ghost 131 says they're running a Mugen 5 cooler, and it's making their PC run about 20 degrees cooler. Cooler than what? And let's see where we at now. We're a little over 5.5 minutes on the test and still running beautifully in the 50s, which is great. Any final questions I'm happy to answer now. Well, we lost half the audience. I wonder where they all went. Was it something I said? Right now with this test running, it is pulling from the wall 126 watts. Not a whole lot at all. It's very low. 6 minutes into the test, everything's working nominally, as they like to say in rocketry. Do I have enough static bags yet? Do I need to keep this one? All right, one more. Then I should have enough. There's nothing more frustrating than needing one and not having one, knowing how many I have disposed of or recycled, and never thinking I should keep a couple just in case. So this should be the last one I need for a while, and shouldn't run into that problem again anytime soon. EVGA stuff can go in the motherboard box there. Those are the thumbnail, the thumb screws for the case panels. Brendan Looney's contributed £2. Thank you, Brendan. Samuel Ramos says, thanks for the stream, Carrie. Good night, everyone. Hey, Samuel, thanks for joining us in the stream. We're 8 minutes and 20 seconds in and still looking at nice and cold, chilly temperatures on that CPU. All the cores are running nice and cool. Bill Malway has contributed $25, says, good show as usual. Well, thank you, Bill. Thanks for supporting the channel. Contributions like those help me stay sponsor free. I can't emphasize how important that is. Mats Carlson has contributed 50 Norwegian krona, and Todd Actor has contributed 10 Canadian dollars. So Mats and Todd, thank you guys for, again, contributing to the channel and to keeping us free of sponsorship. Michael Dane, thank you for your kind words. I appreciate that very much. Thomas Robinson's contributed £5. Thank you, Thomas. Did I miss Rick Hubbard's contribution? How long ago was it? Right after Chester Hughes, Rick Hubbard contributed £3, and Neil Garrett contributed $4.99. Steve Welch contributed $2. Sorry I missed those. Thanks, guys. Keep me honest over here. Tomas says, Carrie, that's a nice build. I agree. I like it. Paul says, I don't know why Coke hasn't sponsored you yet. Do you know how big Coca-Cola is? They don't even know I exist. Even when I reach out and say hello to them, there's nobody for them to say hello back. You have to go to the right department for that. And when you ask which department, they all point you to another department. It's bureaucracy at its best, unfortunately. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Does this customer plan on overclocking the CPU? All you have to do is read the video notes, my friends. Please read the video notes. Where are we at now? We're at 11 minutes and 11 seconds on the timer. Still in the 50s. That's fantastic. And the computer just went to sleep. Well, the screen went to sleep. Let me wiggle the mouse. Robert Cross says, your build is the best. Hey, thank you, Robert. Randall says, this thing's not even breaking a sweat. I know, right? Isn't that fantastic? I love it. Would a motherboard have any HDMI ports if it didn't support onboard graphics? So supporting graphics and providing graphics are two different things. So the onboard HDMI ports or any other video output ports on the motherboard, on a modern motherboard, have to be powered by a CPU that has a graphics card built into it, which is a lot of the Intel CPUs and some of the AMD CPUs. Just watch for the details on the CPU when you buy one to see if it has onboard video. With regards to motherboards not having HDMI ports, I'm not aware of any motherboards that don't include them anymore. maybe on the X99 or X299 or X399 platform, but for the most part, as far as I know, all the AM4 and socket 1151 boards do have some form of a video output in case you want to put a chip in there that has onboard video. Solo says, Carrie influenced me to try liquid death. It's pretty horrible, isn't it? I think it's pretty bad. 13 minutes and 45 seconds into the test, and we are still nice and chilly. It's almost hard to believe it's running that cool. Loving it. Loving it. Jason wants to know what I recommend cleaning a motherboard with. You shouldn't need to clean a motherboard. Should be able to just leave it alone. Blow the dust off of it, and that's about it. Now, if you spilled something on it or you have something sticky on it, that's a different story. Glenn Ray wants to know if you've ever considered using a heatsink on an NVMe drive. I've got a quick tips video that addressed that. I think I released it 3 days ago. So if you look at my quick tips channel, just scroll down in the video notes, you'll see there's a link to the quick tips. All these little questions and answers that I get asked a million times a day, those are already been answered, and their answers are there waiting for you. And I would appreciate getting more subscribers there because it's only got like 3,700 subscribers, and that channel should have at least 1,000 times more than that. Come on, man. All those videos are under 10 minutes long. They're in and out. Just a direct question and a direct answer. Please check it out. You might find you have questions being answered you haven't even thought to ask yet. But they're a combination of all the questions I get asked repeatedly. That's one of them. And so please check out the Quick Tips channel. That's 15 minutes, folks. That's over 15 minutes on this test. And as you can see, the highest temperature we've reached is 59 degrees centigrade. That is all. That's as hot as it's gotten. So with that, we can go ahead and stop the test. I'll come over here and hit the stop button. And you'll watch those temperatures drop by 20 degrees Celsius as soon as I hit OK. Boom, down go the temps. So, another successful build. Not a bad way to spend 3 hours. And then I will, like I said, finish it up later in the evening off camera, and there will be some final shots of the completed build. Let's go ahead and power this down for now. There we go. And we'll come back over to camera 1. There I am. Let me give a quick shout out to everybody who's contributed during today's live stream, and that includes Thomas Robinson, Todd Ector, Mats Carlson, Bill Mulway, Brendan Looney, Thomas Robinson, Rochester, New York 87, Steve Welch, Neil Garrett, Rick Hubbard, Chester Hughes, Jesse Kirk, Tony Wallow, Matt Foster, Hugh Wong, Matt Foster again, Rudiger Luthi, Michael Dane, Winston Eng Liu, Glenn Davies, Michael Dane, Roger Hall, Tony Wallow, Mark Drope Sr., Glenn Davies, Ken Clark, Eduardo Turan, James Griffin, Miriam, I think that's how you pronounce that name, Your Auto Advocate, Chester Hughes, Novice Angler, Joseph Jarstifer, James Zender, Super Marula, John Craig, Rusty Nail, Edwards 25671, Sharon Idle, Madi Yoel, Brendan Looney, Texas 9mm, Jack Craybaum, Jared Blackmore, Heinrich Bo Anderson, Randall Doms, Madi Yoel, OG Gaming, Andy Kenzor, Tony Wallow, Randall Hill, Eddie Tuig, Thomas Robinson, and the first contribution, which was late last night when this announcement was made, we were going live this afternoon, was from Hugh Wong. So thanks to everybody who has contributed during today's live stream and helping to keep me sponsor free. Thanks again to all my friends in blue for keeping everything civil in the chat room. And of course, thanks to all the viewers and all of the future to be blue folks that I can't wait to turn you blue. That generally happens through time as I recognize your name and notice that you participate in the chat room. And when you do participate, you are kind and supportive. Just basically, you're not a jerk. That's basically all it amounts to. For everybody who has questions, thank you guys for participating. I appreciate all the questions I get, even the ones I get over and over again. That provides me the opportunity to make you aware that many of the questions have been addressed in quick tips, and it's a good excuse for me to keep promoting that so we can get people to subscribe. So I appreciate that very much. I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. My thanks to Bill Bailey for allowing us to film his build today. And I will be back. I don't know if I'll be back over the weekend, but certainly by Monday. I still have a ton of work I've got to get done, many more builds. I expect to do the AMD 3950X build Tuesday or Wednesday if I'm lucky. I'll keep you guys informed when I know. I'll make sure you know. Hopefully we'll get a nice turnout for that. So friends, thank you for joining. I will see you all again very soon. Please, if I don't see you before Monday, please have a good and safe weekend. That's going to wrap it up for me. I will see you all again very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.